Chapter 1466. Lu Ping was filled with hatred. His plan had been ruined by the self-destruction of the two great practitioners of the Nine Mystical Tower. Lu Ping, who had intended to take advantage of the situation, had been injured by the self-destruction. Faced with Yang Lan Laozu's pursuit, he had no choice but to temporarily avoid it. The moment he used the space spirit to pass through the forbidden formation, Lu Ping retrieved the two space spirits that were placed on top of the formation's protective barrier. The space tunnel shrank rapidly as Lu Ping entered. Yang Lan Laozu saw that he could not catch up with the enemy, so he could only use a divine ability to rush into the space portal. Immediately, the forbidden formation shook violently. Yang Lan Laozu stood at the spot where the man had disappeared. He was furious and coughed violently. Only when all the spittle that flew out turned into blood did he calm down. He let out a long sigh, and his expression revealed a trace of sorrow. "Master Granduncle." The voice of a Nine Mystical Tower practitioner came from behind him. If Lu Ping was here, he would have recognized this person as Sun Liuha, one of the three direct disciples of the Nine Mystical Tower. Yang Lan Laozu immediately restrained the expression on his face. He turned around and asked in a low voice, "How is it?" Sun Liuha, who had always been known for his frivolity, had a solemn expression on his face. He said in a trembling voice, "Master Yang, Master Huang, and the others have all died. In addition, a few disciples and two early Dharma disciples have also met with misfortune." Yang Lan Laozu's body trembled when he heard this, but he still managed to keep his voice steady. He asked quietly, "Did anyone else in the sect discover the intruder? Do you know who he is?" Sun Liuha lowered his head and said, No one discovered how the intruder entered the scene. He seemed to have deliberately hidden himself. No one met him, so we don't know his identity or his level of cultivation. Wah! Yang Lan Laozu could no longer hide the anger in his heart. He spat out another mouthful of blood. "Martial Granduncle!" Sun Liuha cried out in alarm, and hurriedly went forward to support Yang Lan Laozu's body. Then, he heard Yang Lan Laozu say in a sorrowful voice, "Our Nine Mystical Tower has always been the best in the cultivation world since the creation of the heavens. Who would have thought that we would encounter such a calamity? You must remember that Xiao Baiyu, Qi Fan Full Moon, Feng Lu, Shihua, Ling Yu, Yuan Pokong Yang Shouchang, Lu Tianping, and Eighth Sister Zhu are all sworn enemies of our Nine Mystical Tower. As long as one of us survives, we must have the thought of revenge. Especially that Eighth Sister Zhu. She's a traitor. She's even more despicable than those 9 people who ruined my sect." When Sun Liuha saw that Laozu's mind was in a mess, he hurriedly said, "Martial Granduncle, this disciple will remember everything. In the future, when this disciple's cultivation is successful, I will definitely avenge our sect." Avenge? Yang Lan Laozu was, after all, a top-notch pure yang cultivator. However, he was not confused and could still clearly see the reality that the remaining members of the Nine Mystical Tower were facing. Yang Lan shook his head and said, No. Don't be in a hurry to avenge our sect. Right now our sect is at a critical juncture of life and death. The key is the inheritance. Yes, the inheritance. We must ensure that our sect's inheritance will not be cut off before we seek revenge. Those who destroyed our sect are all top-notch figures in the cultivation world. Now that our sect's minor kiliocosm has been robbed, the immortal inheritance has been broken, and the heaven-splitting divine weapon has been lost. At this time, even if we want to seek revenge, it will be beyond our power. We must first protect ourselves, and then wait for an opportunity to act. Yes, that's it. Even the dignified pure Yang Laozu seemed somewhat incoherent at this time. Fortunately, he was not confused, and could still clearly see the reality that the remaining members of the Nine Mystical Tower were facing. Yang Lan Laozu paused and collected his thoughts before looking at Sun Liuha. He sighed inwardly and said, "For the next few days, you will follow the old man to cultivate. Out of the 9 great inheritances of our sect, apart from the first Yuan Tower Master, the 3 Talents Tower Master, and the 5 Elements Tower Master, who advanced to the late Dharma stage, and were secretly sent to travel by the sect, the Yin and Yang Tower Master, who died in the battle with Mara's army, and the 4 Symbols Tower Master, who was killed by Xiao Baiyu and Shihua in the previous battle to destroy the sect. You are the only one left in the dojo who can be trained. Sun Liuhe was excited, but he managed to suppress it on his face. He bowed and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Master. I will do my best." After Lu Ping escaped from the 9 Mystical Tower dojo, he hit his tracks and once again entered the Qingming River to cultivate and recover from his injuries. However, he would often use the art of sea deception to change his appearance and walk around the world of cultivation so that he could keep abreast of the developments in the world of cultivation. As Lu Ping had expected, after the 9 Mystical Tower dojo escaped into the crack in the void and shocked the entire world of cultivation, the 11 pure young cultivators, including 8th Sister Zhu, who were involved in this matter, all hid in the world of cultivation. Although the other 5 holy lands condemned this behavior, and even threatened to make the sects that these pure young cultivators belonged to pay the price, in the end, their actions were all bark and no bite. However, although the 5 holy lands did not make a move, it did not mean that no other sects responded to the call of the holy lands and took advantage of the situation. First, the Heavenly Xian sect, Heavenly Moon sect, and Skyrind all suffered different degrees of suppression, especially when the 5 sects joined forces to fight against the Crystal Palace in the East Sea. Now the Heavenly Xian sect and Heavenly Moon sect were greatly affected, and Skyrind was also greatly affected. Jinling's situation was the best, but it was not as if no one wanted to deal with them. Therefore, they had no choice but to withdraw all the forces that had gone deep into the East Sea back to the fallen Mystery Land. Immediately after, another major event that shook the entire world of cultivation happened. The 7 Manifestation sect, a large sect that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years in the West River region, was destroyed overnight. The dojo of the 7 Manifestation sect did not even have time to activate the forbidden formation. Everyone was killed inside and out, and everything in the sect was plundered. Lu Ping knew that this was because Sanchen Laozu had died in the process of attacking the 9 Mystical Tower with everyone else. In fact, this ending of the 7 Manifestation sect had long been foreseen by Lu Ping and the others. However, they could only watch the destruction of the 7 Manifestation sect in sigh. It was not that they were heartless, but at this time, no one knew how many people in the world of cultivation were tracking them. The destruction of the 7 Manifestation sect was undoubtedly a trap for them. Once any one of them appeared, they would probably be chased endlessly until they died. After that, the sects behind them would immediately face the same fate as the 7 Manifestation sect. Now, the only thing Lu Ping and the others could do was to hide their traces. Only in this way would the cultivators of the various sects be wary of them, and not dare to kill the sects behind them. Even so, Lu Ping felt that he should do something. It would be best if he could make these people have some misgivings. At the very least, they would restrain themselves from suppressing Jinling and the other sections. The news of Sanchen Laozu's death might have already been known in the world of cultivation. However, at that time, Sanchen Laozu did not directly participate in the attack on the 9 Mystical Tower. Instead, he was killed by the cultivators of the Yuan family, who rushed over after arriving outside the 9 Mystical Towers formation. Therefore, only the Yuan family who first knew of Sanchen Laozu's death would be able to make preparations within a short period of a month and brazenly launch a war against the 7 Manifestation sect. It seemed that he had to teach the Yuan family a lesson. It seemed that Lu Ping was not the only one who thought of this. 3 days later, the great cultivator of the Yuan family, Yuan Qingtian, went missing in the cultivation world of the Qingming River West. 2 days later, her body was found dumped in the wilderness in the west of the river. Just 1 day after Yuan Qingtian went missing, 3 early Dharma adepts of the Yuan family were killed at the same time in the cultivation world of the Central Plains. This was within the sphere of influence of the Yuan family. The Yuan family immediately sent pure young adepts to investigate, but in the end, they found nothing. 2 days later, one of the direct disciples of the Yuan family, who was traveling in the Nanjiang cultivation world, lost contact. The sole lamp of the family was extinguished. A large number of masters of the Yuan family rushed to Nanjiang, But in the end, they only found a corpse. After another few days, in a mountain range in the north of the Central Plains cultivation world, a hurricane suddenly descended near the base of the Yuan family. It was obvious that someone had performed an unparalleled magic. Although it did not cause much damage to the Yuan family, it caused the entire Yuan family to panic for a while. There was a rumor that before the hurricane arrived, someone had seen a huge feather fan floating in mid-air and slowly descending from the west side of the mountain. This wave of harassment and attacks against the Yuan family lasted for about 3 months. The Yuan family had lost more than 10 Dharma adepts, including 3 great adepts. This kind of loss was enough to make the Yuan family furious, but they could do nothing about it. The person who had attacked was very powerful, and there was almost no time for him to miss. Moreover, he usually left after a single attack. He never lingered for a long time, and the places of his attacks were almost all over the Central Plains cultivation world. There was no way for anyone to figure out where he had gone, let alone who had done it. Naturally, there was no way for them to counterattack. In fact, at this time, anyone in the cultivation world with a brain knew that the person who had attacked was probably the pure young Laozu of the various sects who had taken down the Ninexian Tower. They had used this method to vent their anger for the destruction of the 7 Manifestation clan, and at the same time, they were warning the entire cultivation world not to play with fire. However, this battle had also led to an unexpected change. No one had ever noticed that the traces of the Yuan family practitioners had actually spread throughout the entire cultivation world. This time, the attacks against the Yuan family had occurred in every corner of the cultivation world. It seemed that the important practitioners of the Yuan family could be found everywhere. There had always been a rumor in the cultivation world that when the Mara disaster broke out, wherever the Yuan family practitioners appeared, the disaster of Mara would occur. Now that the Mara disaster in the cultivation world had gradually subsided, the practitioners of the Yuan family still remained in every corner of the cultivation world. What exactly were they plotting? Because of the deterrence of these pure Yang-level great practitioners, who were hiding in unknown places, the suppression of the sects behind these great practitioners was naturally much more relaxed. This went on for about 30 to 40 years. The peaceful cultivation world seemed to have made people forget the threat of these pure Yang practitioners. However, they never forgot the benefits that the sects behind these pure Yang practitioners had gained. Hence, the suppression of these sects rose again. Chapter 1467. Perhaps it was because of the instigation of the Holy Land sects behind the scenes, or perhaps it was because of greed. But in just 30 to 40 years, the incident of a few pure Yangs causing the Yuan family to be in such a sorry state seemed to have long been forgotten, and so the suppression of these sects was once again on the rise. However, this was just the beginning. All these years, great masters who had been hiding somewhere, and even made people think that these people were dead, suddenly appeared and killed this seedling. This time, it was the Koi Demon clan and the North Sea Demon clan who were unlucky. Lu Tianping, who had disappeared for an unknown period of time, suddenly appeared in the upper reaches of the Yulon River, single-handedly killing into the Yulon River tribe where the Koi clan was located, killing 2 early Dharma adepts, 3 mid-Dharma adepts, and 1 late Dharma adept. In addition, he severely injured 2 late Dharma adepts and left, taking away the Koi clan's supreme inherited sword technique, the Heavenly Gate sword formation. The pure young Laozu of the Koi clan could not catch up, and the entire Koi clan was terrified, and the cooperation with the North Sea Primordial Giant Crocodile clan was cancelled midway. The North Sea Demon clan had secretly joined forces with several sects of the North Sea to launch a surprise attack on Jinling. But it was completely defeated by Jinling. This time, a new late Dharma adept appeared in Jinling, and the appearance of Mei Tianxin used an extremely explosive method to suppress the provocations of the Haiyan sect and Shuiyan Pavilion. And when faced with the attack of the North Sea Demon clan, another third-generation disciple of Jinling made a name for himself. In the face of the beast tide that the Demon clan had set off in the waters of Jinling, Jinling did not even use its treasured ships. The 2 great practitioners, Celestial Laozu and Jiang Tianlin, blocked two great practitioners of the demon clan, while the other great practitioner was held up by a mid-Dharma adept. This third-generation adept at the mid-Dharma stage was not Yin Tianqiu, who had previously shone brightly in the East Sea. Instead, it was Ji Tianxian, a direct disciple of the Jinling clan, who was proficient in making puppets, and had previously only had a little fame in the North Sea. After Lu Ping gave Ji Tianxian the legacy of the avatar he obtained from the Longhui ancestor, the gap between Ji Tianxian, who was originally known as one of the three heroes of the true spirits, and the one immortal and one fiend, was almost forgotten by the outstanding cultivators of the three generations of Jinling. This feeling of being forgotten finally disappeared completely after Ji Tianxian successfully refined two natal puppets with the external incarnation technique and passed the first lightning tribulation in one go. Relying on the coordination between his two natal puppets and his main body, Ji Tianxian, who was at the mid-Dharma stage, managed to block the attack of a primordial giant crocodile clan great practitioner. Yin Tianqiu, who was hiding in the middle of the battlefield, suddenly attacked and severely injured the primordial giant crocodile. After that, the two of them joined forces to hunt down and kill the demon clan great practitioner completely in the Jinling waters. The beast tide instigated by the North Sea demon clan quickly collapsed due to the death of the demon clan great practitioner. Although the demon clan suffered heavy losses, the Jinling side also paid a heavy price. In particular, Jinling had to resist the beast tide while suppressing the Shui Yin Pavilion and the Hai Yin sect, which resulted in the deaths and injuries of several Dharma adepts in Jinling. In this way, the cultivation world once again calmed down for another 50 to 60 years. The plot against the Tianxian sect and the other four allied sects came again. This time, the unlucky ones were the Crystal Palace, the Purple Talisman Pavilion, the Wind and Thunder Island, the Wuxia School, the Taishan sect, the Lingwu sect, the Huda sect, and the Flowing Cloud Pavilion. Just as the Crystal Palace and the other two sects were stirring up trouble in the East Sea again, several central sects, led by the Wuxia School, suddenly rushed to the Treasure Island in the waters under the jurisdiction of the Tianxian sect, trying to rob the large spirit stone mine there. Among these central sects, other than the Wuxia School, the Taishan sect was originally the most powerful. However, in recent years, the great practitioners of the Taishan sect had repeatedly fallen in the hands of the Tianxian sect and Lu Ping, greatly weakening their strength. Now, the Taishan sect had long been surpassed by the Flowing Cloud Pavilion, becoming the largest sect attached to the Wuxia School. As the Taishan sect declined day by day, the Cloud Sky Pavilion took advantage of the situation to rise. Especially after the Nine Mysteries Tower was conquered, the Cloud Sky Pavilion took the opportunity to expand their sect's power to the south, obtaining many of the territories that originally belonged to the Nine Mysteries Tower, and the sect's power grew by leaps and bounds. Then 20 years ago, the cultivator in charge of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion, Yuntian Laozu, successfully summoned the Third Thunder Tribulation and became a pure young cultivator. The strength of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion skyrocketed. In the north of the Qingming River, it seemed to be on par with the Tianxian sect. However, just as the five central sects tried to unite and attack, Xiao Baiyu, Eighth Sister Zhu, Seven Fans, Full Moon, Lin Yu, and Lu Tianping, the six of them acted at the same time, as if they had agreed to do so. Xiao Baiyu defeated the two pure yang cultivators from the Crystal Palace in the East Sea. Although Lin Yu, Laozu, and Eighth Sister Zhu were defeated in the end, they helped the Xiaorao Pavilion to stabilize the situation. The Jinling and Luoxin sect still had the most control over the fallen Mystery Land, but most of the former Northern Alliance territory had fallen into the hands of the Crystal Palace and the other two sections. At this time, another piece of news came from the North Sea. The leader of the North Sea Jinling sect, the teacher of the North Sea water sword deity Lu Tianping, Lu Tianling Laozu, had successfully passed the Second Thunder Tribulation. He became the fifth great adept of the late Dharma stage of Jinling, after Tianxiang, Jiang Tianlin, Lu Tianping, and Mei Tianqin. Now the power of the Jinling sect in the North Sea had greatly surpassed the control that the failing sect had over the North Sea in the past. The footprints of the Jinling cultivators were no longer limited to a corner of the North Sea. Instead, they had begun to set foot in the East Sea and Central Plains, especially in the areas of influence of the Tianxian sect and the Tianyue sect on the eastern coast. It was common to see North Sea cultivators traveling to Central Plains. At the same time, the North Sea was no longer as isolated as before. There were also many Central Plains cultivators who were willing to travel to the North Sea through the long-distance teleportation array to experience the different local customs. In Central Plains, the high-spirited pure young cultivator of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion, Yun Tian Laozu, had yet to lead his sect's cultivators to the territorial waters of the Tianyuan sect when Lu Tianping personally came to find him. Then he was hunted down for a month. The Flowing Cloud Pavilion was indeed prepared to defend against Lu Tianping, Qi Fan, and the others. Yun Tian Laozu also vowed that even if he was no match for these people, he could still delay them until reinforcements arrived. At this time, there were many people in the cultivation world who were watching both openly and secretly. They were certain that Lu Tianping, Qi Fan, and Full Moon would not be indifferent. Once they appeared and were unable to break the stalemate, the cultivators from the various sects who were hiding at the side would be like bloody jackals and wolves who would rush forward to get a share of the loot. In fact, Yun Tian Laozu was right. Lu Tianping had indeed appeared, but Yun Tian Laozu did not have the strength to stop Lu Tianping's rampage. The imagined scene of a chase really happened, but the one being chased was Yun Tian Laozu himself. In 1 month, he was chased by Lu Ping from the eastern coast to the western wilderness. In the end, if Lu Ping did not dare to use his full strength, because he was afraid of the cultivators from the various sects who secretly followed him, this new pure young cultivator of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion, in thousands of years, Laozu, would have been either dead or injured. Seven Fan and Full Moon joined hands and fought a fierce battle against the pure young cultivators of the Five Elements sect, blocking their way to the east. When the rest of the people of the five sects arrived at the island, they were greeted by the treasured ships of Zhenling sect, as well as a large number of reinforcements led by Tianxian sect, Tianyu sect, and Heaven-Breaking Sword sect. Once again, the scheme of the five sects failed. At this time, after Lu Ping had taken the opportunity to practice hard for about 100 years, the essence of the flood dragon in Lu Ping's body had been completely refined. With the addition of the White Lotus body accommodation elixir, Lu Ping's physical body and cultivation had reached a terrifying level. Lu Ping had also studied the ancient books inherited from the Ninexian Tower over the years. There were many insights left by the previous pure young Laozu of the Ninexian Tower, which had benefited Lu Ping a lot and strengthened his own foundation. At this time, Lu Ping's cultivation had been pushed all the way to the peak of the late Dharma stage. After chasing Yuntian Laozu all the way, Lu Ping felt that his own foundation was strong enough, and it was time to prepare for the pure young thunder tribulation. After causing havoc with the Koi clan, Lu Ping had been hiding in the Yulon River to practice. The Yulon River was completely different from the Qingming River. All these years, Lu Ping had been swimming in the two major water veins. Not only did he use the power of the water veins to improve his cultivation, he also had a new understanding of all kinds of magic skills and techniques. Whether it was the North Sea 12 techniques, the Boiling Heaven Sword technique, the Tianmen Sword technique, the Great River East Sword technique, or the Natal Gentian formation, they were now in the hands of Lu Ping with more ease, and their power had greatly increased. This went on for another 20 to 30 years. On this day, in the sky above the Yulon River, in the middle and lower reaches of the Yulon River, dark clouds covered an area of hundreds of miles. Almost the entire Yulon swamp was now under the cover of this huge celestial phenomenon. Suddenly, a violent surge of lightning began to brew in the thick layers of clouds. The dull sound of thunder was like a stick striking one's chest, causing one's heart to involuntarily beat along with the dull sound of thunder. The heavy pressure was like the descent of a devil god. This kind of pressure not only contained the destructive power of the gigantic meteorological phenomenon, but also a kind of subservience that came from one's bloodline and spirit. Even the cultivators outside the scope of the meteorological phenomenon couldn't help but have an urge to kneel and worship. The appearance of the huge celestial phenomenon in the sky above the Yulon swamp quickly alerted the nearby cultivator sections. Many of the Dharma adepts quickly guessed that this was the sign of the thunder tribulation. However, very few cultivators had seen such a powerful thunder tribulation. Some of the cultivators were fortunate enough to have seen a cultivator of the late Dharma stage summon a second thunder tribulation. Therefore, they were certain that the celestial phenomenon in front of them was far more powerful than the second thunder tribulation. A cultivator of the late Dharma stage must have summoned the third pure yang thunder tribulation. To the majority of the cultivators, being able to witness the second thunder tribulation of the late Dharma stage was already an extremely rare thing. To almost all the cultivators, witnessing the third pure yang thunder tribulation was something that only existed in legends. But the scale of this thunder tribulation was a little too big, so big that it made people despair. Could this be the true power of the pure yang thunder tribulation? With such power, it seemed that for the majority of the cultivators, there was no hope of advancing to the pure yang stage. Chapter 1468. Just as the pure yang thunder tribulation covered almost the entire lush jade swamp, the massive aura of the thunder tribulation alarmed the powerful beings who were hiding in various corners of the cultivation world. The pure yang thunder tribulation was different from other thunder tribulations. As a checkpoint before the true spirit, the pure yang thunder tribulation directly bestowed the Dharma form of the cultivator, who was undergoing the tribulation with the power of pure yang. This was directly related to whether Lu Ping could become a true spirit in the future. When the thunder tribulation arrived, it would produce an inexplicable connection with the dozens of pure yang cultivators in this world. Lu Ping was shocked. This connection made Lu Ping feel as though he was facing dozens of pure yang cultivators at once. Lu Ping could feel their presence, and they could also understand Lu Ping's current situation. However, Lu Ping did not know that compared to his surprise, the pure yang cultivators, who were paying attention to his thunder tribulation, could no longer be described as shocked. This power of the thunder tribulation, he's simply courting death. How did he summon it? Is he going to undergo the thunder tribulation with his natal numinous treasure? That's crazy. No one can succeed. Although Lu Ping could sense the presence of these people, he could not sense their identities. Naturally, he could not know what these pure yang cultivators were thinking about when they saw the thunder tribulation that Lu Ping had summoned. At that moment, Lu Ping had focused all his attention on the raging, pitch-black pure yang tribulation cloud in front of him. After more than 100 years of preparation, Lu Ping's body, quintessential essence, spiritual force, and everything else had been adjusted to their peak state. The decision to lead the sword of the true spirit, Emoli, through the pure yang thunder tribulation, was also a decision that Lu Ping had made after careful consideration. Over the past 100 years, Lu Ping had meticulously studied the ancient books and legacies he had brought back from the Nine Profound Tower. There were speculations regarding the creation of a heaven-splitting divine artifact. The heaven-splitting divine artifact was also a pure yang-grade spiritual treasure, but its might and spirituality far surpassed other pure yang spiritual treasures. Throughout the generations of the Nine Profound House, there were people who guessed that the heaven-splitting divine artifacts might far surpass other pure yang spiritual treasures of the same grade. Firstly, it was because the heaven-splitting divine artifact had been nurtured by heaven-splitting seventh patriarch, and heaven-splitting seventh patriarch's achievements were so high that even cultivators who had achieved true spirit might not be able to match up to him. The second possibility was that the heaven-opening artifact, as the life-bonded spiritual treasure of the heaven-opening Laozu, had most likely gone through 3 thunder tribulations with them, thus greatly increasing its spirituality and power. Of course, doing so was naturally an extremely risky move for a cultivator, but Lu Ping had absolute confidence in his own cultivation. With a slight thought, the pitch-black world suddenly lit up. The void seemed to be torn apart by lightning, and it silently fell on top of Lu Ping's head, followed by a thunderous roar that resounded throughout the world. Even though the power of the pure yang thunder tribulations was earth-shattering, the first 3 thunder tribulations did not pose much of a threat to Lu Ping. Lu Ping relied solely on the strength of his current physical body to survive the first 3 thunder tribulations. From the beginning of the 4th thunder tribulations, Lu Ping's expression showed a little seriousness. He suddenly slapped his chest, and although the roar was not earth-shattering, it was enough to penetrate the void, causing the faces of the pure yang cultivators, who were watching Lu Ping's thunder tribulations, to change again. What a pure bloodline power! What a strong real essence power! This was obviously a great master, who was likely to become a celestial spirit in the future. Among the dozens of pure yang cultivators in the entire cultivation world, how many of them really had a chance of becoming a celestial spirit? Now that the Dharma form of the dragon had changed again, perhaps because of the refinement of the flood dragon's blood essence, the 9th transformation of the Dharma form had been completed before the pure yang thunder tribulations descended. The shape of the head of the Dharma form of the dragon had changed greatly, and it now looked very much like a camel's head. The 4th pure yang thunder tribulations descended, and the Dharma form of the dragon actually went up against it. The lightning fell into the Dharma form's body and disappeared, and the pure yang qi contained in the lightning was swallowed up by the Dharma form. The 5th thunder tribulations followed closely, and this time the Dharma form of the dragon did not have time to completely absorb it. Its body hovered in mid-air, and it raised its head to swallow the lightning directly into its belly. The entire Dharma form of the dragon was instantly surrounded by lightning. Even Lu Ping's body had become red from the double attack of the pure yang qi and the power of the thunder tribulations. However, the 5th thunder tribulation still could not cause too much damage to Lu Ping. Lu Ping's tyrannical body and vigorous real essence were enough to support the Dharma form of the dragon to eliminate the 5th thunder tribulations. The 6th thunder tribulations followed, and the Dharma form of the dragon looked up to the sky and roared. A huge pure yang pearl was spat out from the dragon's mouth, brazenly facing the lightning. Within the pure yang pearl, there was a lifelike 9-leaf grass. It was a fully matured Samling 5 elements leaf. The pure yang thunder tribulation instantly wrapped around the pure yang pearl, forming a huge ball of lightning in midair. The Dharma form of the dragon danced around the ball of lightning up and down, and a stream of life essence was spat out from its mouth and seeped into the ball of lightning. The Dharma form of the dragon had always wanted to refine this pure yang pearl into its own dragon pearl, but it had always been lacking. After completely absorbing the 6th pure yang thunder tribulations, Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. He felt that this was the moment. However, after withstanding 3 thunder tribulations, the Dharma form of the dragon seemed to have reached its limit. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat, and the sword of true spirit, Mo Li, who had been indirectly absorbing the pure yang power in the core space, flew out and circled around the Dharma form of the dragon. At this moment, there was an explosion in the sky, and the boundless pure yang tribulation cloud began to rapidly condense towards the center. A huge vortex was formed in the middle of the tribulation cloud above Lu Ping's head. A bolt of lightning was like a waterfall between heaven and earth, smashing towards the top of Lu Ping's head. The sword of true spirit instantly flew up, and with 2 slashes, the lightning waterfall was immediately divided into 3. One fell on Lu Ping's body, and the clothes on Lu Ping's body were completely turned into ashes. From time to time, lightning flashed between his skin, and his whole body was stiff and motionless. Even moving his eyeballs was difficult. The second bolt was easily withstood by the Dharma form of the dragon. The weakened pure yang thunder tribulations did not have much of an impact on the Dharma form of the dragon. The third bolt was absorbed by the sword of true spirit. Rich pure yang power flowed within the flying sword, and Lu Ping could even clearly sense that Mo Li's spirituality was rising. The power of the sword of true spirit was increasing, and the connection between it and Lu Ping's mind was getting closer. The 8th bolt of thunder tribulations descended from the sky. This was no longer the impact of the lightning waterfall, but a piece of the pure yang tribulation cloud in the sky had been cut off, and it directly descended. Lu Ping, the Dharma form, and the Sword of True Spirit were all immersed in the thunder tribulations. From the outside, Lu Ping was already surrounded by a huge ball of lightning. The tyrannical power spread to the surrounding void, and even caused the void to start shaking and collapsing. At this moment, Lu Ping was like a cooked prawn. There was not a single part of his body that was not twitching, and the heart in his chest was beating very quickly, almost jumping out of Lu Ping's mouth. Lu Ping wanted to open his mouth to catch his breath, but unexpectedly, the first thing he spat out was a mouthful of blood. The Dharma form's roar was already hoarse. The Dharma form that was condensed from Lu Ping's life essence and bloodline seemed weak under the raging lightning. However, at this moment, there was a flash of golden light in the Dharma form's lower jaw, and it slowly absorbed and dissolved the power of the thunder tribulations. This was where the reverse scale of the Dharma form was, and it was very likely that this reverse scale was a scale that fell off from Jiao Doran's true spirit. The 9 foundation arrays that were originally recorded by Jiao Doran had now become the key for the Dharma form to resist and refine the pure yang thunder tribulations. As for the Sword of True Spirit, it had been hiding in the core space to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. At this moment, it was facing the pure yang lightning tribulation with ease. It transformed into a flood dragon that was similar to the Dharma power of the dragon. It swam around in the pure yang lightning tribulation and spat out lightning. However, the 8th bolt of lightning was completely absorbed by Lu Ping, and the last bolt of pure yang thunder tribulations had already fallen. This time, Lu Ping did not feel like there was lightning falling from the sky. Instead, it felt like he was being sucked into the pure yang tribulation cloud in the sky, giving off a feeling that space was being flipped. Lu Ping seemed to have fallen into a world of lightning, and he was constantly being attacked by the raging lightning. At this moment, Lu Ping's physical body had reached its limit. His skin and flesh had already turned black and cracked, giving off a burnt smell. There was no more blood to spit out from his mouth, as if it had been roasted by the lightning. The intense pain had even made Lu Ping numb. He wanted to open his mouth to shout, but he found that there was no sound coming from his mouth. The Dharma form of True Spirit was entrenched in the void. Under the attack of the pure yang thunder tribulations, it was also on the verge of death. It no longer had the energy to move around, and could only curl up there passively to absorb the power of pure yang. The pure yang pearl and reverse scale were still trying their best to absorb and refine the pure yang thunder tribulations, but it was obvious that they were unable to do so. Only the Sword of True Spirit still had some strength to struggle, and it was still trying its best to swim in the world of thunder tribulations. However, no matter how one looked at it, it was like a fish out of water, and it was already at the end of its flight. The 9th bolt of tribulation thunder tribulations was still wreaking havoc. At this rate, before the tribulation thunder tribulations dissipated, Lu Ping would already be at the end of his rope. However, in the face of such a desperate situation, Lu Ping struggled to point his finger, which was about to be roasted by the tribulation thunder tribulations, towards his chest. Boom! Like a river bursting through its banks, surging water instantly rang out in Lu Ping's body. His dry and cracked body was instantly nourished by the torrent of water in his body. His wounds were healing, and his body was recovering. In an instant, Lu Ping's body was once again full of life. The Dharma form of True Spirit, which was on the verge of death, suddenly raised its head when it heard the sound of flowing water. It saw Lu Ping pointing towards the Dharma form of True Spirit. The Dharma form of True Spirit seemed to be instantly infused with a powerful life force, and it immediately regained its former vigor and vigor. It once again began to move about in the world of thunder tribulations. At this moment, the Sword of True Spirit was like a fish that had jumped into the water. It regained its former cheerfulness and swam freely in the tribulation thunder tribulations. For the past 100 years, Lu Ping had been swimming and training in the Qingming and Yulon River basins. One of the reasons was that he wanted to use his own life essence to nurture more life essence water and expand the tribulations sea in his core space. He wanted to set up a backup plan for the pure yang tribulation thunder tribulations today. And today, At the most critical and dangerous moment of the pure yang tribulation thunder tribulations, the tribulation's divine water really became the key to turning the situation around. With the nourishment of the tribulation's divine water, Lu Ping broke through the world of thunder tribulations in one fell swoop. The tribulation clouds in the sky were about to dissipate, and the air was filled with heavenly dew along with the thick pure yang qi. Lu Ping and the Dharma form of true spirit happily absorbed the heavenly dew to recover their inner yuan and injuries. At the same time, the sword of true spirit refined the pure yang qi in the surroundings. At the same time, Lu Ping did not wait for the remaining tribulation clouds in the sky to dissipate. He threw the 7 treasures thunder calabash into the air and absorbed all the remaining tribulation clouds and lightning power that had yet to dissipate into the calabash. Lu Ping's pure yang tribulation thunder tribulations were so powerful that it could be said to be unique in the world of cultivation. Therefore, he also refined the pure yang qi in the end and absorbed a huge amount of heavenly dew. Lu Ping had taken a huge risk, but at the last moment, he finally received a huge reward. The sword of true spirit flew around Lu Ping happily. This was Lu Ping's second pure yang spiritual treasure. At the same time, it was also Lu Ping's personal spiritual treasure. After going through 3 tribulations with his Dharma form, Lu Ping could even feel that he and Emily were connected by blood. After going through the pure yang tribulation thunder tribulations, Lu Ping finally achieved pure yang cultivation and became an existence that stood at the top of this world. Although Lu Ping already had the status of a pure yang cultivator before this, only when he truly reached the height of a pure yang cultivator could Lu Ping truly feel that he was so close to the end of this world. In the unseen world, Lu Ping felt as if he was bound by a huge cage, and he instinctively wanted to break through this fence and rush out of this world to take a look. However, Lu Ping also knew that this feeling was not real. At the very least, the current Lu Ping had not yet broken away from the true strength of this world. This instinctive feeling pointed out the direction that Lu Ping needed to work hard in, and that was to break through the shackles of this world. Just like the soaring dragon galaxy technique that Lu Ping cultivated, the endless starry sky was perhaps the limit that Lu Ping wanted to pursue. Northern Ice Plains. Chapter 1469. The surging pure yang qi and the large amount of heavenly flower dew that fell from the sky surrounded Lu Ping. At this time, Lu Ping was like a bottomless abyss, swallowing all the pure yang qi and heavenly flower dew. Lu Ping's body was surging with vitality, and his injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Outside the Yingyu swamp, the void suddenly shrank and collapsed, forming a circular door. Then, a middle-aged cultivator with a slightly blank expression stepped out of the door. Looking around, the cultivator seemed to be feeling the surrounding pure yang qi, and then he said, "It should be here." I don't know which cultivator could cause such a big movement. It seems that he has passed the tribulation successfully, but he shouldn't have left yet. In the swamp, Lu Ping, who had just advanced to the pure yang level, was working hard to refine and stabilize the last trace of pure yang qi in his body. He frowned, and at the same time, the inner yuan around his body surged like a river, but he was on guard. At this time, someone had actually rushed to the Yingyu swamp, and from the aura captured by Lu Ping's divine will, the person's cultivation should be at least of the pure yang level. But the strange thing was, although Lu Ping's tribulation had passed, the aura of the tribulation was still there. Cultivators above the Dharma plane would definitely not dare to go near the Yingyu swamp at this time. This was also the reason why Lu Ping was at ease refining pure yang qi here, to recover from his injuries and stabilize his cultivation. But now, there was a cultivator who was at least of the pure yang level, who had come to the Yingyu swamp. But the aura of the tribulation in the air of the Yingyu swamp did not pose the slightest threat, and the person who had come did not seem to care at all. Lu Ping's heart trembled, and he opened his eyes. Green and red light burst out, and he looked into the depths of the fog of the Yingyu swamp. The middle-aged cultivator seemed to be moving slowly, but was actually moving quickly towards the area with the densest aura of tribulation. At this moment he seemed to have sensed something and said, "Hey, have I been discovered?" It seems that this person is really extraordinary. The old man was not as good as him back then. What should I do? Lu Ping took a deep breath. This breath was long enough to even force the air around him to become chaotic. And Lu Ping, who originally looked a little tired because of the thunder tribulation, suddenly looked full of energy, as if the pure young thunder tribulation did not have the slightest effect on him. Lu Ping suddenly opened his mouth towards the depths of the swamp and said, "Since you're already here, why don't you come out and meet me? Haha, please don't get me wrong. I'm Guangyuan Laozu from Wuxia School. May I know your name?" The fog in the swamp began to disperse, and the middle-aged cultivator walked out with a smile on his face. When he saw Lu Ping from afar, there seemed to be a trace of surprise on his face. He did not expect that Lu Ping would look so young. When a cultivator's cultivation reaches a certain level, although they can often change their appearance, they can't change the vitality in their body. Brilliant cultivators can usually determine a cultivator's cultivation career through the amount of vitality that a cultivator emits. The moment the middle-aged cultivator saw Lu Ping, he was startled at first, then shocked. He unconsciously slowed down his steps towards Lu Ping, and at the same time, the aura around him changed slightly. These changes that happened inadvertently to the middle-aged cultivator were now clearly seen by Lu Ping's divine sense. The corners of Lu Ping's mouth rose slightly, and he said, "It seems that you've guessed my identity. Fellow Taoist from Wuxia School. Haha, you've never been on good terms with me." At this time, the middle-aged cultivator was already standing tens of feet away from Lu Ping. At this time, the aura around him suddenly relaxed for some reason. He said with a smile, "To have such great achievements at such a young age, and also have a grudge against the cultivators of our sect, you must naturally be the rising star of the cultivation world. The North Sea Water Sword Immortal Lu Tianping." Lu Ping said with a smile, "In front of you, how dare I call myself a sword immortal?" The middle-aged cultivator looked surprised, and he said, "Oh, do you know who I am?" Lu Ping said seriously, "I've seen the pure young cultivators of your sect, but I've never seen you before. However, your cultivation at the peak of pure yang cannot be faked. I've just gone through the thunder tribulation, and the power of the thunder tribulation has yet to dissipate. But you actually entered the area where I was going through the thunder tribulation so easily. All in all, could it be that you're the supreme Laozu of Wuxia School? But I don't think it's your real body. Is this body a puppet or an incarnation? Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to ignore the power of the thunder tribulation. You should still be in the spirit space of Wuxia School." The middle-aged cultivator's eyes flickered with surprise, and he said, "It seems that the 9 mystical towers' inherited secret technique has really fallen into your hands. I didn't expect you to know so much." Lu Ping did not comment on this, and instead asked, "Did you come to the abundant jade swamp to kill me?" The supreme master of 5 elements, Guangyuan Laozu, smiled and shook his head, and said, "The old man actually came here because of the thunder tribulation that you summoned. Such a large-scale pure yang thunder tribulation is indeed something that the old man has never seen in his life." The old man thought about it, "And I'm afraid the only explanation is that you've gone through the pure yang thunder tribulation together with your natal spiritual treasure. If the old man didn't come to investigate such a grand occasion, I'm afraid he would regret it for the rest of his life. It really is the real spirit of Wuxia School Laozu. I'm very lucky." Guangyuan Laozu ignored Lu Ping's words and continued, "The pure yang thunder tribulation is summoned together with the natal spiritual treasures pure yang thunder tribulation. The power of the thunder tribulation is not as simple as 1 + 1. Under such circumstances, the old man is really amazed that you can go through it safely." Lu Ping sneered and said, "Senior, you may admire me, but I'm afraid you're more regretful now, right?" Guangyuan Laozu nodded and admitted, "It's a pity that the old man's real body can't leave the 5 elements cave. Otherwise, the old man would definitely kill you." Lu Ping didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Senior, you've already made your move. I'm afraid the pure yang thunder tribulation of Wuxia School has already received the news and is rushing here. But I'm a little curious. Senior, are you really sure you can hold me here?" Guangyuan Laozu smiled and said, Although you've tried your best to suppress it, the old man can still guess that the pure yang thunder tribulation has still caused you serious injuries. The North Sea Water Sword Immortal is a genius. If you were in good condition, the old man's puppet body might not be able to stop you even though it has the strength of a peak pure yang cultivator. But now it's hard to say. Well, then let me ask the real spirit Laozu about the power of the divine sense in battle with his pure yang cultivation. As you wish. As soon as Wu Guangyun's voice fell, his left hand was already moving toward Lu Ping, and he shouted, "Freeze!" The surrounding void suddenly compressed, trying to imprison Lu Ping in a narrow space, unable to move. A thick ball of pure yang qi suddenly burst out of Lu Ping's body, and he shouted, "Break!" As Lu Ping let out a sound wave, the pure yang qi that burst out suddenly fluctuated in a strange rhythm, and in an instant, the surrounding void shattered and loosened. Lu Ping regained his freedom, and he immediately took a step forward, wanting to leave this place. "Where do you think you're going?" Guangyu and Laozu shouted, and the surrounding spiritual qi suddenly divided into yellow, green, blue, red, and gold bands of light, weaving into ropes and wrapping around Lu Ping's body. Lu Ping laughed, and in his core space, a round pure yang pearl was being refined by the Dharma form of dragon above the floating sea. The 9-leaf samling 5-element leaf in the center was still vivid and lifelike, and traces of spiritual qi from the pure yang pearl were absorbed by the pure yang pearl. Then, Lu Ping waved his sleeve, and the 5-colored bands of light immediately returned to chaos, and Lu Ping walked through them, as if there was no one around. Guangyu and Laozu was very surprised. He didn't think that his 5-element divine sense would be so easily dissolved by Lu Ping, and even Guangyu and Laozu was a bit discouraged. He wondered if his guess about how to cultivate after the 5-element divine sense was wrong, and if his years of studying the 5-element divine sense was wrong. Thinking of this, Guangyu and Laozu's face darkened. He formed a few hand seals and shouted, "Burn!" Lu Ping's expression changed. This was the void fire condensed from the fire attribute divine sense. It was also invisible and colorless, but it could directly burn through the void. It was impossible to defend against, but also impossible to avoid. At this moment, it was closing in on Lu Ping. Guangyu and Laozu smiled proudly and said, "Lu Daoyu, what do you think of the old man's move?" Lu Ping was still floating in the void, and his expression didn't change. Guangyu and Laozu's smile froze on his face, and he snorted coldly. Suddenly, the flame fell on Lu Ping, who was standing still in the void. With a qi-la sound, a cloud of mist rose, and Lu Tianping turned into a puddle of water. Before it could fall to the ground, it was burned completely by the void fire. Guangyu and Laozu was about to recall the void fire and look for Lu Ping again, when a cloud of mist suddenly fell and wrapped around the void fire. If Wu Guangyun hadn't seen it in time, and recalled the void fire with his space divine sense, his natal spiritual fire would have been extinguished by the triple light sacred water. Guangyu and Laozu's expression turned ugly. He originally thought that although he was only fighting as a pure yang puppet, with the guidance of true spirit Laozu's consciousness, he was not weaker than those experienced pure yang cultivators. Moreover, he only needed to try his best to delay Lu Tianping. Guangyu and Laozu also used this ingenious method to seize the initiative. Although it was dangerous, it didn't waste too much of his real essence. All it consumed was the cultivator's mind. This was a test of the cultivator's control of their own Jin Yuan and the techniques they cast. This was supposed to be Guangyuan Grand Ancestor's forte, since he couldn't use his full strength. But he didn't expect that he couldn't even gain the upper hand against Lu Ping. Lu Ping used the triple light sacred water as a medium to cast the art of traveling through clouds and summoning rain, to cast a curtain of rain in front of him, blocking Guangyu and Laozu's pursuit. Lu Ping laughed and said, "See you later." Then he disappeared in midair. Guangyu and Laozu's laughter suddenly came from behind him. He said, "Fine. In that case, old man will send Lu Daoyu off." Lu Ping's expression changed slightly. He felt a huge force coming from the void behind him, making it impossible for Lu Ping to dodge. He had no choice but to take the blow. Lu Ping felt a sweetness in his throat. His internal organs had been injured, but he used this force to fly forward faster. He completely broke away from Guangyu and Laozu, and Guangyu and Laozu couldn't catch up with him. I will remember what Senior has given me. I will repay you in the future. Guangyu and Laozu sneered. If you have the ability, go to Wuxia school and look for old man. Unexpectedly, as soon as Guangyu and Laozu finished speaking, two blade lights suddenly shot out from the void. Without a sound, they flew towards Guangyu and Laozu's direction. Divine Water Talisman Spirit Treasure Halves. Guangyu and Laozu was shocked and hurriedly jumped back. Guangyu and Laozu was Guangyuan after all. He was able to block the spirit treasure halves. However, Guangyu and Laozu's sleeves were torn in two. Pieces of gray cloth fluttered in the air like gray butterflies. Guangyu and Laozu stood in the middle of the lush jade swamp and looked in the direction where Lu Ping had left. After a long time, he let out a long sigh and said, I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. However, the old man probably won't be able to see it. It seems that I will have to find a heavenly abode of human Tao as soon as possible to accept the inheritance. If something unexpected happens in the future, and I have to leave this world early, my sect will have no successor. This will give people with ulterior motives an opportunity to take advantage of. The 9 Profound Tower is a good example. Not long after Lu Ping left, several rays of light came from the south and landed in the lush jade swamp. Guangyu and Laozu had already confirmed their identities the moment they entered the swamp. He smiled bitterly and said, You are too late. He has already left. Chapter 1470. In fact, the difference between Lu Ping and Guangyu and Laozu's incarnation was not as big as it seemed. Lu Ping had experienced it himself. However, it was obvious that Guangyu and Laozu's control over the pure young cultivator's power was much better. In this aspect, Lu Ping was also quite good at it. However, after he had just become a pure young cultivator, his power had skyrocketed, and the injuries and mental exhaustion caused by the Thunder Trial made it impossible for Lu Ping to fully unleash the power of a pure young cultivator. That was why he was at a disadvantage in the battle against Guangyu and Laozu. The fire spirit saw Guangyu and Laozu and asked, Master, is that really Lu Tianping? I didn't expect him to be hiding here. Master, have you fought with him before? How is his power? Guangyu and Laozu looked at him, and the two pure young cultivators behind him and said, In the future, do not make him your enemy. If you meet him alone, you must avoid him. The fire spirit was a little unwilling. Is this man really that powerful? Even Master couldn't defeat him? Guangyu and Laozu glanced at him and said, This man's potential is even higher than Xiao Baiyu's. Plus, he should have 2 pure yang spirit treasures. 2 pure yang spirit treasures? The fire spirit and the others all exclaimed. I'm afraid one of them is the life treasure that he used to go through the pure yang thunder trial with. Guangyu and Laozu sighed and said, When we meet again in the future, when this man's power is stable, I'm afraid that even the old man's puppet body won't be able to defeat him. Plus, the old man's puppet body can't move too far away. It can only move within 3,000 miles of our sect. Unless his real body comes out, the most he can do is to protect our sect's territory. Shui Lingzi and the others hurriedly thanked him in shame. We are incompetent. As pure young cultivators, we still need Martial Uncle's help. Guangyu and Laozu waved his hand and said, This world has never lacked geniuses, but it has always been difficult to continue. What our sect needs to do is to ensure that the true spirit's inheritance continues, and that the treasured cauldron of heaven and earth is not lost. Then the position of the Holy Land will last forever. Although there will be heroes for a time, it will be difficult to touch the foundation of our sect for eternity. The fire spirit bowed and said, Master, you are right. However, that Lu Tianping has quite a grudge against us. A few potential third-generation direct disciples were all killed by him. What should we do? Guangyu and Laozu smiled and said, Then just support him to become a true spirit as soon as possible. The other pure young cultivators were shocked, not knowing what was going on. Guangyu and Laozu smiled and said, Now that the 9 Profound Tower's small thousand world is in Xiao Baiyu's hands, even if that Lu Tianping also obtained the true spirit's inheritance and the secret of forming a small thousand world, How will he be able to obtain the small thousand world before he becomes a true spirit? Shui Lingzi suddenly understood and said, without the protection of the small thousand world, even if that Lu Tianping becomes a true spirit, he will not be able to be accepted by this world. He can only be like the other geniuses from the other sects, and have no choice but to go to the North Ice Field and leave this world. Guang Yu and Laozu nodded and said with a smile, exactly. In fact, when those geniuses appear in the world of cultivation, the 6 holy lands have always been suppressing them. If they can't suppress them, they will indulge them. They will even secretly help them increase their cultivation in order to make them leave this world as soon as possible, so that they can no longer pose a threat to the status of the 6 holy lands. Guang Yu and Laozu sighed and said, unfortunately, no matter how much we calculated, we still couldn't predict Xiao Baiyu's future. We also didn't expect that the 9 Profound Tower would encounter the calamity of Mara and suffer great losses, giving Xiao Baiyu and the others the opportunity to take advantage of. Since the beginning of the world, the 9 Profound Tower is probably the first sect to have to give up its position as a holy land. Then Martial Uncle, how should we treat Xiao Baiyu and Skyrend who is behind him? Guang Yu and Laozu pondered and said, if we can't get rid of Xiao Baiyu when he is in the pure yang state, then when he becomes a true spirit, we will treat Skyrend as a holy land. I think this is also the intention of the other sects. Guang Yu and Laozu's words were actually a declaration that he had accepted Skyrend as a holy land. After all, it was not that easy to kill Xiao Baiyu. For the past 100 years, the cultivation world could not even deal with Lu Tianping, who had not yet reached the pure yang state, let alone Xiao Baiyu. This did not include 8th Sister Zhu, who was by his side. Lu Ping did not know that Wuxing School's strategy towards him had changed. When the incident at the lush jade swamp spread throughout the cultivation world, perhaps the other 4 holy lands' attitudes towards Lu Ping would also change. Although Lu Ping found it strange that Guang Yu and Laozu could have a puppet incarnation at the peak of pure yang, when he thought about the fact that Longhuai ancestor also had a similar puppet incarnation, he did not find it too strange. The only thing that surprised Lu Ping was that Guang Yu and Laozu did not pursue him after he left the lush jade swamp. Based on the situation at that time, although Guang Yu and Laozu could not do anything to Lu Ping, it could still chase him all the way. Or could it be that Guang Yu and Laozu's incarnation could not travel as far as Longhuai ancestor? Speaking of Longhuai ancestor, Lu Ping had now advanced to the pure yang state. It seemed that after he was ready, he would go to the East Sea's secret place to see if he could help Longhuai ancestor break the firmament poison. However, with Longhuai ancestor's strength, once he was free from the firmament poison, would he become a pure yang or a real spirit? Although Lu Ping had tried to figure out Longhuai ancestor's true strength several times, as his cultivation increased and his experience broadened, the impression that Longhuai ancestor had left on him became more and more unfathomable. Lu Ping sneaked all the way north. Along the way, he was not in a hurry. Instead, he carefully inquired about the current situation of the North Sea's cultivation world. If Zhenling really became a sacred land in the future, then the chaotic Hebei cultivation world would obviously become a springboard for Zhenling to expand his forces deep into the Central Plains. Although the narrow North Sea's cultivation world had created a unique and safe environment for Zhenling, it also restricted Zhenling's further expansion of forces at the same time. It could be said to be a double-edged sword. To solve this problem, Zhenling had already started to make arrangements long ago, which was to go south to the East Sea and west to the Central Plains. Although the East Sea's cultivation world was vast and rich, it was now divided up by the local forces. Although Zhenling had consolidated his foothold in the fallen secret land, it would not be easy for him to expand again. Putting aside the fact that Crystal Palace was the dominant force in the East Sea, even large sects like Purple Talisman Pavilion, Gale Thunder Island, and Carefree Pavilion were not easy to deal with. Moreover, Skyrend was increasingly recognized as the new 6th sacred land in the cultivation world. The newly established Luo Xian sect also had a pure young cultivator, Lin Yu Laozu, who should not be underestimated. This was especially so for Skyrend and Crystal Palace. With the rise of Skyrend, there would definitely be a fierce battle between the two sections. The entire East Sea could not even be divided among them. At this time, Jinling was on the same side as Skyrend. However, once Skyrend became the new sacred land, the relationship between them would probably have to be redefined. At that time, Jinling, who was an outsider, would more or less become an eyesore. He might even become the target of public criticism. Under such circumstances, Yingshanside Courtyard was extremely important to Jinling. If Jinling wanted to protect this bridgehead that was secretly going deep into the central plains, other than secretly increasing the strength of the side courtyard, he also had to act as the driving force behind the scenes to maintain the current chaotic state of the Hebei cultivation world, which was without a leader. He had to make preparations to invade the central plains in one fell swoop in the future. This was undoubtedly an extremely risky plan. Once Yingshanside Courtyard was exposed, not only would the entire Hebei cultivation world immediately unite to resist Jinling's invasion, even the Wuxia School, Supreme Profound Sect, Cloud Sky Pavilion, Huta Sect, and other sects outside the Hebei cultivation world would definitely unite to repel Jinling's invasion. Even allies like the Heavenly Profound Sect and the Heavenly Moon Sect might turn against each other because of this. That would be like going for wool and coming home shorn. Thus, Yingshanside Courtyard could be said to be a risky move by Jinling. Over the past few years, Jinling could be said to be treading on thin ice when it came to secretly managing Yingshanside Courtyard. It was already 3 months after he arrived at Yingshanside Courtyard. The gains from the pure Yang Thunder Tribulation had clearly far exceeded Lu Ping's expectations. Now, not only had Lu Ping fully recovered from his injuries, he had not gone into closed-door training for the past 3 months, but his cultivation was still rapidly stabilizing. Lu Ping's rapid adaptation to the pure Yang cultivation caused his strength to increase rapidly every moment. The current Yingshanside Courtyard had more than doubled in terms of both scale and strength compared to before. Now, among the few powers in the Yingshan district, their strength was not weak either. At the very least, Yingshanside Courtyard had 3 early Dharma adepts on the surface. Thus, over the past few years, Yingshanside Courtyard could be said to have expanded its territory in the northern region of the Hebei cultivation world. Its sphere of influence had rapidly expanded, and the number of disciples in the side courtyard had also increased. Lu Ping could guess that Jinling's expansion in the North Sea had reached its peak. Over the past few years in the East Sea, the few pure Yang adepts of the 5 major sects would not appear unless it was a matter of life and death. Faced with the overt and covert suppression from the various powers in the Central Plains and the East Sea, the 5 major sects had no choice but to adopt a conservative and defensive stance. Thus, the expansion of their own strength was similarly restrained. Under such circumstances, in the past 100 years, Jinling had no choice but to focus part of his energy on the Yingshanside Courtyard in the Central Plains. In order to not attract the attention of the various sects in the Central Plains, although Jinling had the intention to expand, he had no choice but to be careful. After more than 100 years of secret planning, he had finally managed to bring half of the Yingshan mountain range under the control of the side courtyard. This became an important supplement for Jinling to strengthen his own foundation. Lu Ping's arrival naturally did not alarm anyone in the Yingshanside Courtyard. However, when Tian Hui, who was currently in charge of the side courtyard, saw Lu Ping suddenly appear in the restricted area of the side courtyard, she was pleasantly surprised. 100 years had passed, but Tian Hui was still at the early Dharma stage. This was already the 2nd time she had been in charge of the Yingshanside Courtyard. When she saw Lu Ping return, she immediately realized something and exclaimed in surprise, "Junior brother, you have already advanced to the pure Yang stage. Could it be that the pure Yang lightning tribulation that had spread like wildfire in the Yingyu swamp was because of you, junior brother?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "That's right. I am now a pure Yang cultivator." Tian Hui hurriedly said seriously, "Then, junior brother, do you have any instructions for coming to the side courtyard this time?" Lu Ping smiled and said, It's not that I have any instructions. I just want to return to the North Sea. Return to the North Sea? Tian Hui was both surprised and delighted. Didn't junior brother, and the other pure young cultivators, not show their faces in the cultivation world? How come now? Lu Ping said. Don't worry, senior sister. Now no pure young cultivator in the cultivation world would dare to provoke me. Moreover, I am not returning to the North Sea with great fanfare. There are some things that I must plan at this time. Although I will not deliberately keep it a secret, there is no need to deliberately reveal my whereabouts. Tian Hui nodded and said, I understand. When are you leaving, junior brother? I'm not in a hurry. Lu Ping waved his hand and said, Senior sister, tell me about the current situation of our sect. I heard that in the past 100 years, our sect has also suffered some losses. Tian Hui sighed and said, Uncle Tianlu has reached the end of his lifespan. He passed away a few years ago. Chapter 1471. After Tianlu Laozu passed away, the first generation of Jinling's cultivators was left with only Tianxiang Laozu and Tianxue Laozu. Among the first generation of Jinling's cultivators, the one who helped Lu Ping the most was Tianlu Laozu. It was because of Laozu's selfless help that Lu Ping was able to complete the continuous improvement of his cultivation and strength while he was still in the core forging stage. Before Jinling's sect was ready to become a large sect, the Fornax ancestor began to gradually fade away from the ranks of the core cultivators of Jinling's sect. It even made people wonder if Jinling's sect was keeping the Fornax ancestor's death a secret. In fact, the Fornax ancestor had put all his energy into the restoration of Tianling Mountain, silently contributing to Jinling's sect. Once he succeeded, he would create a foundation for Jinling's sect for eternity. Counting the first generation of Jinling's cultivators, there were 6 Laozu. After Tiankong Laozu advanced to the mid-Dharma stage, he fought for Jinling's vanguard. Even when his lifespan was exhausted and he passed away, he passed on his Dharma soul to his descendants. In order to build Jinling's treasured ship, Tianjiang Laozu worked day and night. When the treasured ship set sail, he was already at the end of his rope. It was the same for Tianlu Laozu. Tianxue and Tianfan Laozu were the strongest barriers for Jinling's rise. Until Tianfan Laozu fell in the Central Plains, Tianxue Laozu originally had the will to die, but because Jinling had faced many difficulties, he had no choice but to stay in the world. As for Tianxiang Laozu, needless to say, the reason why Jinling could prosper today could be said that Tianxiang Laozu was the true spiritual pillar of Jinling and the driving force behind the scenes. Lu Ping once asked himself, he was like the sun in the sky in Jinling, and even in the entire cultivation world. However, did he treat his own sect wholeheartedly like the 6 first-generation Laozu? Indeed, Lu Ping's contribution to Jinling was unquestionable. In terms of contribution, Lu Ping dared to say that no one in the entire sect could surpass him. However, the size of one's contribution was not only determined by one's loyalty to the sect, but also the level of a cultivator's ability. Most of Lu Ping's contribution was determined by the latter. Lu Ping asked himself if he was like Tianjiang and Tianlu Laozu, who were willing to give up everything for the rest of their lives for the sake of their beliefs, or even their lives for the sake of the sect. He might not be able to do it. If it was Tianxue Laozu or Tianxiang Laozu, Lu Ping did not doubt that the two of them would definitely be able to do it. This was the true difference between him and the 6 Laozu. In Yingshan Courtyard, he recorded everything he had seen and heard about the various forces in Hebei's cultivation world for Tian Hui, and the rest to refer to. Only then did Lu Ping return to the North Sea, through the super long-distance teleportation array, under the courtyard's back cliff with a heavy heart. 100 years later, although Jinling had suffered a lot of suppression outside the North Sea, within the North Sea, Jinling's power had only increased. Under Jinling's strong oppression, the various sects' sphere of influence had already been compressed to the extreme. This was especially so when the Haiyan sect and Shuiyan Pavilion colluded with the North Sea Demon Clan and launched a sneak attack when the North Sea Demon Clan was launching a beast wave, causing Jinling a lot of losses. Unexpectedly, Mei Tianqin suddenly successfully passed the second lightning tribulation at the critical moment, and then launched a bloody revenge on the two sections. The two sects were ranked in the top 5 in the North Sea back then, and they were almost beaten down from medium-sized sects to small forces by Mei Tianqin. Due to the existence of a super long-distance teleportation formation, and the fact that Universe Island was becoming more and more desolate, Lu Tianling had long since used all sorts of tricks to seize the sea near Universe Island and put it within Zhenling's sect's sphere of influence. Although Lu Ping's return was not announced with great fanfare, all the Dharma adepts still received the news. After Taishan Laozu, the appearance of Zhenling's first pure Yang adept in 6,000 years had undoubtedly raised the morale of everyone in Zhenling. After greeting the elders of the sect, his companions and old friends, Lu Ping sat together with the 4 great adepts, Tian Xiang, Jiang Tianlin, Mei Tianqin, and Lu Tianling. Now that Zhenling's status had risen again and again, the cultivation of the high-level adepts had increased again and again, and the hierarchy of power had also changed accordingly. Now, as the ones with the greatest authority in Zhenling, there was no doubt that these 5 people were gathered together. Among them, Lu Ping usually did not participate in the specific matters, but all his power was placed on the head of the sect, Lu Tianling. Therefore, Lu Tianling's power had naturally increased greatly, and the head of Zhenling was naturally respected. Seeing that Lu Ping had returned safely, everyone was naturally happy, but Tian Xiang Laozu said, although the matter at the 9 mystical tower was successful, it was too dangerous. Now a large part of the sect's honor and disgrace rests on you. So in the future, you must not take such a risk again. Lu Ping knew that Tian Xiang Laozu really cared about him, so he hurriedly thanked him respectfully. Only then did he tell the 4 great adepts about the 9 mystical tower from beginning to end. Although Yin Tianchu had already brought most of what Lu Ping had obtained from the 9 mystical tower back to the North Sea, the most important small harvest had always been with Lu Ping. Although the 4 of them had already made many guesses about Lu Ping's true harvest in the 9 mystical tower, there was no lack of optimistic guesses that all of the inheritance of the 9 mystical tower was in Lu Ping's hands. But when Lu Ping really took out all of the harvest from the 9 mystical tower, the 4 Laozu were indescribably excited. The 9 mystical towers' complete inheritance of the past generations, a large amount of extremely high-quality cultivation resources, and several rare treasures. With these things in hand, Zhenling could try to establish a foundation for a Holy Land sect. When Lu Ping took out the 9 dragon bell, and told Zhenling that he had truly obtained the true spirit inheritance of the 9 mystical tower, the 4 great adepts couldn't help but cry out in excitement. Even though they had already thought highly of Lu Ping, when Lu Ping really appeared according to their expectations, the 4 great adepts found it hard to believe. Zhenling was a large sect that had been established for less than 200 years. How could he suddenly covet the qualifications to become a Holy Land sect? In the end, Celestial Phenomenon Laozu's temperament was a level higher than everyone else's, and he was the first to recover from this strange atmosphere. He coughed softly and asked, "Boy Lu, do you have anything to say about this true spirit inheritance? What rules does the 9 mystical tower have for it? Tell us first." Lu Ping sighed inwardly. Celestial Phenomenon Laozu's eyes were as sharp as a torch. He was able to detect the crux of the true spirit inheritance from just a few words. If this was not handled well, it could really be the root of the sect's destruction. 8th Sister Zhu of the 9 mystical tower, Heaven Splitter, Profound Sky, and the other large sect's founders were no exception. After Lu Ping explained the rules and the pros and cons to the 4 great adepts, the 4 of them inevitably fell into silence. In every generation, only one person had the qualifications to become a true spirit and enter the minor thousand world. This rule was inevitably unfair to other cultivators. Even for Zhenling, which of the 4 great adepts present didn't have the intention to become a true spirit. But now that Zhenling had Lu Ping, it meant that if Zhenling really had the qualifications, then at least the 4 great adepts present, regardless of whether it was possible or not, had already lost the chance to become a true spirit. This was because none of them would compete with Lu Ping. They didn't have the qualifications to compete, and they couldn't win. Not only did they not have the qualifications to compete, even the fourth or fifth generation of cultivators might not even have the qualifications to inherit the true spirit inheritance after Lu Ping. It had to be known that Lu Ping had only cultivated for 400 years. Once he became a true spirit, Lu Ping would have at least 1,300 to 500 years of lifespan. If he hid in the minor thousand world and didn't come out, it would be enough to exhaust 2 generations of Jinling. At this time, Lu Ping could only remain silent. He knew this rule was a bit cruel to the pure young cultivators, who also had the potential to become true spirit realm cultivators. But from the perspective of the sect's long-term heritage, it was undeniable. After all, if the entire sect focused their power to promote one true spirit realm cultivator, it would be a virtuous cycle for the sect. But if they promoted 2 true spirit realm cultivators at the same time, it would consume the sect's vitality. For the sake of the sect's development, they could only make this choice. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming more and more depressing, Heavenly Phenomenon Laozu couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing that everyone was looking at him in surprise, Heavenly Phenomenon Laozu said, "Whether or not our sect can have an unbroken true spirit inheritance, like the 6 great holy lands, no longer depends on the inheritance itself, but on the minor thousand world. According to the inheritance of the 9 profound tower, it will take at least 1,000 years for our sect's best treasure, the abundant void treasure mirror, to condense the 9th treasure restriction, and then accumulate the foundation to summon the lightning tribulation. After 1,000 years, not only will our lifespans be exhausted, even little Lu himself will not be able to wait to become a true spirit and go to the northern ice plains. Moreover, the possibility of creating a minor thousand world by himself is much lower than the possibility of creating a spirit treasure. It's laughable that his mind has been disturbed by a true spirit inheritance." Everyone felt ashamed for a moment. After all, the temptation of becoming a true spirit was great. Even Jiang Tianlin, Mei Tianqin, and the others found it difficult to control themselves. At the same time, they were wary of Lu Ping's story about the division of the sect. In fact, this was also Heavenly Phenomenon Laozu's goal. As for the matter of a minor thousand world, Jinling naturally wouldn't take it seriously and condense a minor thousand world. It was almost impossible. Since everyone has enough understanding of this true spirit inheritance, we should now speed up the pace of planning for the 7 stars grotto heaven. Otherwise, when little Lu becomes a true spirit, we won't have a minor thousand world to reside in. Wouldn't our sect suffer a great loss? Heavenly Phenomenon Laozu's words made everyone smile, and they all focused their attention on the 7 stars grotto heaven. Although the 7 stars grotto heaven was called a grotto heaven, it was actually a genuine minor thousand world. 5 of the 7 great divinities who created the 7 stars grotto heaven were true spirits Laozu, and the remaining 2 were pure yang cultivators. The rare treasures they collected still benefited the cultivators of the various sects in the North Sea. Lu Ping had gained a lot in the 7 stars grotto heaven back then. His amethyst wasp Dao soldier and protective magic power, as well as the mysterious myriad poison source liquid, all came from there. Now, it's not just our sect that wants to plot for the 7 stars grotto heaven. The Yuan family and the Lu family from the Middle Earth have both been found to have sent cultivators to the sea where the 7 stars grotto heaven has appeared. Chapter 1472. After paying respects to Fornax Laozu, who had passed away in meditation in the true spirit grotto heaven, Lu Ping returned to Huangli Island. Skyfox was already waiting for him on the island. Although the area of Huangli Island had not increased at all, and it was still a level lower than a medium-sized island, the island was almost the most prosperous in the North Sea. Especially decades ago, when the North Sea demon tribe attacked Jinling with a beast tide, they were defeated by Jinling and were forced to sign an alliance with Jinling. The demon tribe began to trade with the human race, but the location was not in the Shanhai demon tribe, but Huangli Island. Many rare treasures produced by the Deep Sea demon tribe were bought by Jinling at a low price every year, and the rest were sold or traded at a normal price on Huangli Island. At first, The demon tribe was only forced to trade for the New Year's coins after their defeat. Later, the demon tribe quickly traded with each other and gained many benefits. Later, more and more demon tribe cultivators swarmed into Huangli Island before and after the trade. Later, there would be demon tribe cultivators going to Huangli Island to trade. Even the North Sea demon tribe was not limited to the East Sea demon tribe. The East Sea demon tribe gradually appeared in the North Sea, especially the green sea snakes. Because of their good relationship with Lu Ping, the cooperation between the two sides was very pleasant. Before Lu Ping went to the Central Plains to plan the Nine Mysteries Tower, Lu Ping sent Samling back to the East Sea to receive the full inheritance of the green sea snakes. With Lu Ping's current status and power in the cultivation world, Lu Ping was qualified to be Samling's follower. He was not afraid that the green sea snakes would not let him go. After the incident at the Nine Mysteries Tower, Lu Ping's status in the cultivation world rose to a higher level. Now that he had successfully advanced to the pure yang stage, the green sea snakes naturally had no reason to reject Samling as their follower. The monster race began to make peaceful contact with the human race, but because of the North Sea Water Sword Immortal's reputation, neither the monster race nor the human race cultivators from other cultivation worlds dared to challenge the Sword Immortal's authority here. Due to the fact that the cooperation between humans and demons on Huangli Island had been going smoothly for the past few decades, the influence and scale of this trade had grown larger and larger. Not only had it attracted the attention of the entire North Sea, but many cultivators from the Middle Earth and East Sea had also come. On the other hand, the Yao race had also felt the sincerity of the human race through several transactions. Additionally, the Yao race cultivators on Huangli Island would often feel a sense of familiarity. That was because many of the current rulers of Huangli Island were Yao race cultivators. For example, Lu Dagui, who possessed the bloodline of the tyrannical tortoise, was now leading the willing fish Taoist soldiers of Huangli Island after condensing his Dharma form. He was in charge of the safety of the sea around Huangli Island. Every day, he would swim quickly in the sea and maintain the order of the demon cultivators who came ashore. Lu Xiaohai, who was born in the Hanging Eyes White-Fronted Tiger clan and had also condensed his Dharma form, was in charge of the security of Huangli Island. Usually, he patrolled the island with the Zhenling sect cultivators and settled disputes. Lu Xiaohai was born in a noble family. He was a descendant of Taoist who from the White-Fronted Tiger tribe. Lu Xiaohai had always been fair and generous. Coupled with his innate bloodline suppression, many overseas demon cultivators who came to Huangli Island because of his fame were quite obedient and respectful to him. Lu Qiner was originally above Lu Xiaohai, but now that Lu Qiner and Luan Yu were together on Failing Island, the position of Huangli Island's security commander was taken over by Lu Xiaohai. Lu Debao, the head shopkeeper of the Thieving Sky Pavilion, was famous in the North Sea cultivation world. He controlled the largest auction house on Huangli Island. At the same time, the Thieving Sky Pavilion was involved in about 1/3 of the trading places on Huangli Island. It was because of the help of Lu Ping's spiritual pets and followers that the Zhenling side was naturally happy to trust them. The demon tribe's hostility towards Zhenling was also reduced. Therefore, the scale of Huangli Island's human and demon exchanges became bigger and more famous. As the host, Zhenling's benefits were naturally envied by the entire cultivation world. Lu Ping and Sky Fox walked freely on Huangli Island. Among the passers-by, there were many Dharma stage cultivators, but they never noticed Lu Ping and Sky Fox. This Huangli Island is still a little small. With how prosperous it is now, the scale of Huangli Island should continue to expand. This way, it can gather more cultivation resources for the sect. Sky Fox smiled and said, "I've already found a few deserted islands in the nearby seas. But now that Huangli Island is prosperous, some of the deserted islands around it have become a place for many cultivators to stay. Among them, there are some forces that have formed groups or loose practitioners. I'm afraid there will be some disputes, and it will take some time to negotiate." Lu Ping laughed heartily and said, "After casting a series of spells, the surrounding islands were instantly transformed, almost comparable to the heaven and earth. Ordinary rogue cultivators and forces would be scared to death. So who would dare to come here to fight? Even if there are those with ulterior motives, this is even more of a deterrent to them. Who dares to oppose us? Who dares to oppose us? Who dares to oppose us? You can just set a deadline and move. If you are compassionate, you only need to leave a few means of compensation. As for whether they are satisfied or not, there is no need to think too much about it. Lu Ping looked at Sky Fox and teased. Although you have condensed Dharma power, you still have the heart of a weak core forging adept. Dharma stage cultivators are the giants of this world. They have the power to decide life and death. Why do you need to consider the feelings of unrelated people? Sky Fox heard this, and immediately rolled his eyes at Lu Ping. He said, Lu Tianping Laozu, you are so powerful. Now that you are famous, you naturally do not need to consider the feelings of others. Even when you are traveling in Central Plains, you have beautiful women to accompany you and be praised by the world. Lu Ping was stunned. He smiled awkwardly and said, Qi Lianning's life is pitiful. I did not expect there to be such a storm. Seeing that Sky Fox was still jealous, Lu Ping told Sky Fox about Qi Lianning's life. Unexpectedly, when Sky Fox found out that Qi Lianning was actually his fifth senior sister, Jiang Tianying, the daughter of the sect leader Lu Tianling and Jiang Tianlin, her expression became even more worried. Lu Ping was greatly surprised. He didn't know why, but after asking again and again, the Sky Fox finally said, She's your teacher's daughter. Once she reveals her identity, she will definitely rise rapidly in the sect. No wonder I can't compare to her. Only then did Lu Ping come to a realization. He then joked, Huh? You actually call yourself a little girl? That is strange. Could it be that there is someone else with whom I have slept with countless times before? But then again, now that you have successfully condensed Dharma power, it is time for you to have a child. Sky Fox was embarrassed. She pushed Lu Ping and said, You are courting death. How can you say such things in public? Huangli Island was bustling, but at this moment, who could notice that the owner of Huangli Island was among them? Lu Ping teased, So this cannot be said in public. Then, let us find a place where we can say such things. Sky Fox really could not stay here anymore. She turned around and used her space divine power to return to the cave abode, leaving only Lu Ping there. Lu Ping chuckled and took 2 steps forward. Unbeknownst to him, he had already disappeared from sight. Although Lu Ping did not deliberately reveal his whereabouts, his appearance in the North Sea still attracted the attention of many people. At this time, Lu Ping's public appearance in the cultivation world had obviously shocked many people. This showed the importance that Jinling attached to this secret land. After Skyfox lost track of Lu Ping on Huangli Island, he guessed that he should be in this secret land at this time. When Lu Ping saw Skyfox coming, he could not help but reprimand. You are pregnant now, you should rest well. Skyfox touched his protruding abdomen. A gentle look flashed across his face, and he said, Xuanqi and the others have returned from their travels in the Central Plains. Now they have arrived on the island, and want to see you urgently. It seems that there is an urgent matter. Lu Ping smiled and said, They're too impatient. What urgent matter could they possibly have? It's just a few rumors, but they've caused such a commotion. Rumors will stop at the mouth of the wise. I wanted them to suppress their cultivation base and go out to explore the world, because I wanted to temper their temperament before entering the Avatar realm. But I didn't expect them to be so far away. Chapter 1473. Above an unknown part of the North Sea, Yuan Feixiang bowed to the old man in front of her and said, Third grandfather, will Lu Tianping's return to the North Sea affect our plans? Yuan Feixiang turned around, and a pair of cold eyes shone in the dark night. He said coldly, Of course there will be an impact. Lu Tianping was able to kill pure Yang adepts when he was only at the late Dharma stage. Now that he has advanced to the pure Yang stage, his abilities have naturally increased by another level. Now that he dares to openly return to the North Sea, it proves that he has absolute confidence in his own abilities. Until now, the pure Yang adepts of the 5 Holy Lands have not joined forces to encircle and kill Lu Tianping. His abilities are the best proof of his abilities. Yuan Feixiang smiled and said, "Speaking of this, the entire world of practitioners is now saying that the reason why Lu Tianping dared to appear so brazenly in the North Sea was because Lu Tianping had secretly compromised with the 5 Holy Lands and leaked information about the other pure Yang adepts. This caused Shihua Laozu to be killed, and Manuel Laozu to be almost killed. This matter has spread like wildfire in the world of practitioners, and I'm afraid that the alliance of the 5 main sects will be affected by this." Yuan Feixiang glanced at Yuan Feixiang, who was gloating at the misfortune of others, and said, "You believe this?" Yuan Feixiang was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I don't really believe it, but I heard that the disciples of the other sects of the 5 main sects are now not friendly to the Jinling adepts." Yuan Feixiang asked again, "Are there any Dharma adepts involved?" Yuan Feixiang was stunned again and said, "No. You understand now." Yuan Tongtian continued, "The Dharma adepts of the 5 great sects are all very rational. Perhaps they have already guessed that these rumors are false, or perhaps they have already received instructions from their own pure Yang Laozu. Without the participation of the Dharma adepts, the alliance of the 5 great sects will not be harmed." Yuan Feixiang was confused. But it will still be a hidden danger for the alliance. When the 4th and 5th generation cultivators who have conflicts with Jinling grow up to be the leaders of their respective sects, will the 5 sects still be as close as they are today? "Fool!" Yuan Tongtian reprimanded her mercilessly. Yuan Feixiang's face turned red. Then, she heard Yuan Tongtian continue, "The so-called alliance is just because we each have our own needs. In the end, in the cultivation world, what matters is one's own strength. From the day the alliance of the 5 great sects was established, it was destined to be dissolved one day. The high-level cultivators of both sides know this. In that case, why should we waste our energy on a few rumors?" Yuan Feixiang did not understand. "Then what is the purpose of the person who spread these rumors?" Yuan Tongtian's face was full of sarcasm as he said, "Wuxia School's methods are getting more and more despicable. They only want to sow discord and reap the benefits of others' hard work." "Wuxia School again?" Yuan Feixiang's face was full of disgust as she said, "Yes, Lu Tianping was crossing the pure Yang Thunder Tribulation in Yingyu Swamp, which is the closest place to Wuxia School. With such a big movement, the people of Wuxia School should have been the first to feel it. But in the end, there was no news. Now it seems that it's not that the people of Wuxia School didn't go, but that they didn't get any benefits, so they resorted to such underhanded methods." Speaking of this, Yuan Feixiang thought of something and said, "In that case, the reason why no one from the 5 Holy Lands has been looking for Lu Tianping is probably because they got the news from Wuxia School. Could it be that Lu Tianping's strength made the 5 great sects fear him? Is that why Lu Tianping dared to show up in the cultivation world in public?" Yuan Feixiang's speculation surprised even Yuan Feixiang. Then her eyes flickered, and no one knew what she was thinking. Yuan Feixiang's expression did not escape Yuan Feixiang's eyes. Yuan Feixiang said carefully, "Third grandfather, although the family has been paying attention to the 7-star cave heaven, is it also because of Wuxia School that they suddenly entered the North Sea?" Yuan Feixiang hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Indeed, although the family has long been suspicious about whether the 7-star cave heaven is a spirit space, and we even specially sent you to the North Sea to investigate, the 7-star cave heaven is hidden in the void, and it is the work of 7 great mediums. It is very difficult to get it. It is also said that behind the 7 great mediums, there seems to be the 7th patriarch, who opened up the sky. Therefore, they did not dare to do anything. Now with the help of Wuxia School, they have returned to the North Sea." Yuan Feixiang said, "Wuxia School is harboring evil intentions. They want the family to fight against Jinling. Wuxia School is openly plotting. Even if we know about it, what can we do? Although the Yuan family is known as the top family in the world, we can never have a spirit space. Without a spirit space, the Yuan family will never be able to break the destiny of opening up the sky. and become a place that is truly on par with the Holy Land, or even far surpassing the Holy Land. This is also the reason why I, your grandfather, have been supporting you to find a spirit space all these years. It's a pity that Xiao Baiyu and the others outside the 9 mystical tower succeeded too quickly. That person's position is obviously not high, and there are always people within the family holding him back. Otherwise, with that person acting as a spy, everything that Xiao Baiyu and the others have planned may have become a wedding dress for the Yuan family. Yuan Tongtian shook his head and said, "Don't underestimate people like Xiao Baiyu, Qi Fan and Feng Lu. Whether it is intelligence or strength, they are the top group of people in this world. If they could gather more than 10 pure Yang level cultivators to plot against the 9 mystical tower, I'm afraid that they have already secretly prepared for any unexpected situations." The old man originally wanted to go to the 9 mystical tower with the best outcome. But even if it doesn't, it's still within his expectations. Yuan Feixiang said, "Third grandfather, has that person recently sent any news about Xiao Baiyu, Lu Tianping, and the others? Especially that Lu Tianping. I have a feeling that Lu Tianping has returned to the North Sea this time with some shocking plan. Perhaps he has come for the 7-star grotto heaven. Should we let that person go and find out what's going on?" After the 9 mystical tower incident, these people have already gone their separate ways and no longer have any contact with each other. Firstly, it is to avoid implicating each other when the 5 holy lands join forces to take revenge. Secondly, I'm afraid that these people have been hostile to each other for a long time, and they can no longer trust each other. Even that person rarely knows about the others. Yuan Tongtian smiled and said, "Lu Tianping has inherited the immortal spirit. He is the most outstanding person in this world, and the possibility of him achieving the immortal spirit is very high. Moreover, time is also very fast. If we don't want to leave this world so quickly, then the most important thing is naturally to find a minor kiliocosm to live in. Therefore, the battle between our Yuan family and Jinling for the 7-star grotto heaven is already unavoidable." On Huangli Island, the Skyfox saw the strange formation set up in the secret ground and the few formation tools around it. She said in disbelief, "For the 7-star grotto heaven, we have to use so many spiritual treasures and precious weapons." Lu Ping smiled and said, "If we really have the confidence to obtain the 7-star grotto heaven, let alone the 3 treasures of the vast sea and the magic treasure pill furnace, so what if we have pure young spiritual treasures?" The Skyfox said in shock, "Could it be that even so, we might not be able to obtain the 7-star grotto heaven?" Lu Ping shook his head and said, "I don't know. The 7-star grotto heaven has appeared in the North Sea for a long time. In the past, there were people who tried to obtain this grotto heaven world, but they could not enter it. They could only wait passively for it to open on its own once every 100 years. Now, although our sect has analyzed the legends left behind over the generations, the inheritance of Feiling Island, and the inheritance of the Vast Sea sect, especially the conclusion that the Vast Sea sect once determined that the Vast Sea Laozu was the only person who grasped the method to enter and leave the 7-star grotto heaven freely, and came to this conclusion, even I am not confident that we can really keep the 7-star grotto heaven on Huangli Island. Is it because the Yuan family has appeared in the North Sea recently?" the Skyfox asked after thinking for a while. Lu Ping nodded and said, "The Yuan family is indeed troublesome. No one knows what secrets the number 1 family of the heaven-splitting family has grasped. That is the most frightening thing." Lu Ping paused for a while and continued, "Recently, there has been news from the Middle Earth that another pure young cultivator from the Yuan family has arrived in the East Sea. I'm afraid he will appear in the North Sea in the next few days. In addition to Yuan Tongtian, Yuan Feixiang, and a few other great cultivators in the North Sea, even if our sect is the local tyrant, it will not be easy for us to stop the Yuan family from robbing us." Lu Ping returned to his cave abode, where Wang Xuanqi and Du Xianluo were already waiting. After meeting Lu Ping, the two of them reported to Lu Ping about their journey in the Middle Earth. In the end, the two of them seemed to want to report something to Lu Ping, but Lu Ping raised his hand and stopped them. He asked, How many people did the two of you fight with in total during your journey in the Middle Earth? Wang Xuanqi said, I fought with the fourth-generation cultivators of the Heavenly Xian sect 17 times. I won 15 times and lost 2 times. I fought with the fourth-generation cultivators of the Heavenly Moon sect 9 times, and won all of them. Du Xianluo said, I am not as good as eldest senior brother. I fought with the fourth-generation cultivators of the Heavenly Xian sect 12 times, and won 7 times, drew 4 times and lost 1. I fought with the cultivators of the same generation from the Heavenly Moon sect 9 times, and won 5 times and drew 4 times. Wang Xuanqi smiled and said, I am not as kind as you. Once I fight with someone, I always lose if I don't win. Although the Heavenly Moon sect has many female cultivators, it is difficult for them to hold back. Du Xianluo laughed and said, Senior brother's swordsmanship is sharp. In the end, the fourth-generation cultivators of the Heavenly Xian sect actually sent a fourth-generation cultivator who had advanced to the Dharma stage to fight in order to save face. Otherwise, you would still have won all of your battles in the Heavenly Xian sect. When Lu Ping heard this, he frowned and asked, Why? Did the Dharma adepts of the Heavenly Xian sect also fight? Wang Xuanqi did not dare to hide anything and said, Because someone in the Heavenly Xian sect talked about you. I was angry, and went a little too hard during the fight, seriously injuring 2 of them. That was why the fourth-generation direct disciples, who had advanced to the Dharma stage, came to fight. I lost twice in a row and embarrassed you, master. When Lu Ping heard this, his brows relaxed, but he still said sternly, Now that the fourth-generation direct disciples of the 5 holy lands have started to condense their Dharma power, and even the older large sects like the Heavenly Xian sect have started to have their fourth-generation disciples condense their Dharma power, the 2 of you should have accumulated enough. However, do you know why I made the 2 of you repeatedly suppress your cultivation level, and did not even let the 2 of you condense a 3rd type of heaven and earth spirit to form a golden elixir, and instead went out to train? Without waiting for the 2 of them to answer, Lu Ping continued, You are hot-tempered and only know how to fight. You don't know how to judge the situation. How can the 2 of you inherit the legacy of the hearing wave manner in the future? When Wang Xuanqi and Du Xianluo saw that Lu Ping was angry, they could not help but keep quiet out of fear. At this moment, Lu Ping, who was sitting at the head of the table, suddenly stopped talking. Wang Xuanqi and Du Xianluo carefully raised their heads to look at Lu Ping, but saw that their teacher was also frowning, as if he did not understand what was going on. They could not help but feel puzzled. At this moment, Lu Ping said, Xuanqi, Xianluo, the 2 of you go to Huangli Island and welcome Senior Lin Yu on behalf of Master. Chapter 1474. Lu Xiaoyu, I'm here to seek your protection. Lin Yu Laozu expressed his purpose to Lu Ping the moment he met Lu Ping. Lu Ping didn't expect Lin Yu Laozu to be like this. He was startled for a moment before he smiled and said, Senior, you must be joking. Since you're here on Huangli Island, you're my guest. Please have a rest in your cave abode. Both parties sat down. Lin Yu Laozu looked at Lu Ping's Tingtao cave abode and praised, Little friend, this is a good place to run. This cave abode is simple but elegant. There's no lack of incense in this cave abode. Isn't it the most precious of the 3 great incense in the cultivation world? Both of them exchanged greetings before Ancestor Lin Yu pondered deeply for a moment before he said, May I ask young brother Lu if young brother Lu had encountered the members of the 5-element sect at the Brimjade Swamp earlier? These things could be easily guessed in the eyes of those who paid attention. Lu Ping didn't hide it and nodded. Yes. Lin Yu Laozu's spirit was lifted and he immediately asked, Who? Lu Ping asked back, Senior, do you know that there's a Laozu called Wu Guangyuan in Wuxing School? Wu Guangyuan? Lin Yu Laozu was shocked. Then, as if he thought of something, he asked in surprise, Guangyuan Laozu? Wuxing School's current true spirit cultivator Laozu Wu Guangyuan? Little friend, you actually met this person. How? How did he come out of the formless cave abode? This is too unbelievable. Little friend, you actually... Lu Ping knew why Lin Yu Laozu was shocked, so he quickly explained. Senior, you misunderstood. The Guangyuan Laozu I met was not his real body. It should be a puppet at the peak of pure young realm. Lu Ping's explanation made Lin Yulaozu, who seemed a little confused, calm down a little. He smiled awkwardly and said, "The old man is being rude. Lu Xiaoyu, please don't laugh at me." At this moment, the old man really can't believe it. Even if Guangyuan Laozu did not come with his real body, he used his real soul to control the puppet at the peak of pure young realm. I'm afraid that even fellow Taoist Xiao may not be able to take advantage of him. I didn't expect you to be able to escape unscathed. This kind of strength really makes the old man admire you. Lu Ping repeatedly said that he did not dare, but he heard Lin Yulaozu say, "Little friend, please don't decline." The old man said that he was asking for little friend's protection. "Little friend, you have the strength to make Guangyuan Laozu helpless. No wonder you dared to show yourself in the North Sea." The old man is also being pressured by the pure young realm of those holy lands. Without absolute strength like Xiao Baiyu and little friend, who can ignore the pure young realm of the various sects, and without fellow Taoist Qi Fan Full Moon and Feng Lu, I have no choice but to seek little friend's protection. Although the old man's strength is not good, he still has pure young cultivation. I believe now is the time for little friend to use it. Without waiting for Lu Ping to agree or not, Lin Yulaozu continued, "The old man has been saved by little friend before, and I don't know how to repay you. I hope little friend can give the old man a chance to repay you." For a pure young cultivator to do this, it could be said that he had lost all faith. If Lu Ping refused at this time, he would become enemies. Although Lu Ping was not very comfortable with such a slightly forced request, he was also grateful for Lin Yulaozu's repeated help during the battle with Mara in the 9 Mystical Tower. Therefore, he said after some consideration, "Senior has also risked his life to help my sect, so don't mention anything about saving my life. It's just that I do have something that I need Senior's help with, and I hope Senior can help me." Lin Yulaozu was overjoyed. He said, "The old man will never forget your kindness. May I ask what the old man can do for me? Please tell me." Lin Yulaozu and Lu Ping stood on Yankun Island several hundred kilometers away from Heavenly Spirit Island and looked down. Lin Yulaozu sighed in surprise. "Your sect really is extravagant. Such a medium-sized island has actually been completely covered by a formation. Once it's activated, the entire island will probably sink. It looks quite similar to a Great Traction formation, but it's not. The old man doesn't know much about formations, so I've made a fool of myself." Lu Ping smiled faintly. His face brimmed with confidence as he said, "This Yankun Island concerns the rise and fall of our sect, so please forgive me for not being able to say too much. However, I can tell you that if this matter is successful, our sect will be able to establish a foundation for generations to come." Lu Ping glanced at Lin Yulaozu and said seriously, "Originally, this matter has always been handled by me personally, but I've recently been forced to go to the Eastern Sea to participate in the Illusionary Spirit Island gathering that's held once every 100 years. This matter concerns the distribution of the huge spiritual stone mine on the 5 islands, so there will definitely be a fierce battle. I really can't split my time. After all, our sect has only recently risen up, so our foundation cannot compare to the other sections. Aside from me, there's no one else in the sect who can do it. I originally thought that this matter would have to be pushed back 100 years, but Senior's arrival just happened to solve this urgent matter, so please look after it for me. Junior and Jinling will be extremely grateful." Lin Yulaozu said hesitantly, "Since this matter concerns the rise and fall of the sect, the old man is still an outsider after all." Lu Ping laughed and said, "Senior, you only need to look after the island. Every 3 days, Tianling Mountain will definitely send a cultivator to bring Senior enough spiritual stones. At that time, Senior only needs to use your pure yang cultivation to maintain the island's great formation under the command of our sect's formation grandmaster. There's no need to worry about anything else." Lin Yulaozu understood the meaning of Lu Ping's words. Lu Ping just wanted to use his cultivation to maintain the operation of the formation. As for why the formation was operating and what its purpose was, Lin Yulaozu naturally had no way of knowing, so it would not affect Jinling's plan. Even if Lu Ping had said before that Lu Ping was even willing to postpone this for 100 years for the distribution of the huge spiritual stone vein in the Phantom Five Islands, it meant that although this matter was important, it was not urgent. Even if Lin Yu Laozu accidentally destroyed the formation on the island, Jinling would just build another one at most, and it would not cause any substantial harm. However, whether it was Lin Yu Laozu or Lu Ping, they both seemed to have forgotten that the formation on the island might not affect Jinling's plan. But if someone obtained what Jinling wanted in advance, it would be useless no matter how well the island's formation was preserved. After settling Lin Yu Laozu, Lu Ping went straight back to Tianling Mountain and was about to use the teleportation formation to return to Huangli Island, but he saw Lu Tianyuan chasing after him from afar. Lu Ping knew that he must have something urgent to do, so he turned around to greet him. Lu Tianyuan had been working with Lu Tianling, the sect master, and had already been tacitly accepted by Jinling as the next sect master. Although there were many outstanding disciples in Jinling's third generation, Lu Ping was now the pure young Laozu. Yin Tianchu was gloomy, Ji Tianxian was mischievous, Yao Yong was irascible, Du Feng and Tian Shang were cold and unsociable. Tian Ling lacked wisdom, and although Tian Ru and Tian Hui had sufficient status and wisdom, it was difficult for them to convince the masses due to their limited cultivation and aptitude. Originally, the sect master of Jinling had placed all their hopes on Tian, but unfortunately, Tian died young, so Lu Tianling and the other high-ranking Laozu set their sights on the mature and steady Lu Tianyuan and Qi Tiankai. However, although Qi Tiankai was quite capable, she didn't have the connections and prestige Lu Tianyuan had in the sect. Most importantly, not only did Lu Tianyuan have the support of Guo Tianshan's faction, but he also maintained a good relationship with the cultivators from Chonghua Manor, which Lu Ping belonged to. Only by having Lu Tianyuan take over the position of sect master could everyone in Jinling live up to their expectations. Junior brother Lu, Flowing Cloud Pavilion of Heartlands, has sent a cultivator to visit the sect. Flowing Cloud Pavilion? Lu Ping said in surprise. The Cloud Sky Pavilion that the new pure young cultivator of Heartlands, Yuntian Laozu, belongs to? Why did they send someone here? Yuntian Laozu had quite a grudge with me in the past. Now that they've sent someone here, are they declaring war or making amends? It's making amends. Lu Tianyuan also had a strange expression on his face as he said, the cultivators from Flowing Cloud Pavilion have brought a large number of rare treasures. Apart from expressing their intention to make amends with the sect, they've also come to represent Yuntian Laozu to apologize to you, junior brother. Apologize to me? Lu Ping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who is this person? How is he qualified to apologize on Yuntian's behalf? Senior brother, what do you think? What does teacher think? Lu Tianyuan said. This person is called Qian Changming. He's the first direct disciple of the third generation of Flowing Cloud Pavilion. He's quite famous in the Heartlands. Uncle Sect Master seems to be moved, but it'll still depend on junior brother's opinion. In my opinion, this Flowing Cloud Pavilion truly wants to make amends with our sect. Apologizing to junior brother is probably something he came up with on the spur of the moment. Lu Ping suddenly smiled and said, so it's him. This person is quite courageous to actually dare to represent Yuntian on his own. However, the relationship between sects is only about benefits. If it's beneficial to the sect, even I, a pure young cultivator, can't sacrifice the benefits of the sect for my own selfishness. This Qian Changming probably thinks that all matters of the sect are decided by a pure young cultivator like me. That's why he wants to take a different path and come to our sect. Lu Tianyuan praised. Junior brother is very righteous. You've never been greedy for the power of the sect. However, Yuntian might not be as generous to the Flowing Cloud Pavilion as junior brother. It seems that all matters of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion are decided by Yuntian Laozu. The Flowing Cloud Pavilion is probably Yuntian Laozu's Flowing Cloud Pavilion alone. Qian Changming's actions are understandable. Lu Ping nodded. If that's the case, then Qian Changming won't be here. Senior brother can assist the sect master with the matters of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion. The Flowing Cloud Pavilion is far away in the heartlands and has no conflicts of interest with our sect. If the two sects work together, then there's no harm in working together. As for the grievances between me and Yuntian Laozu, the sect doesn't need to worry about it. Lu Tianyuan understood Lu Ping's attitude and turned to go to the Heaven Spirit Hall. Lu Ping thought for a while and decided not to return to Huangli Island. Instead, he turned and went to the back of Tianling Mountain. In the forbidden area of the back of Tianling Mountain, Zhenling had built a secret teleportation portal. This teleportation portal led directly to Feiling Island, which was submerged in the sea. In the whole of Zhenling, only Dharma adepts were qualified to know about the existence of this teleportation portal. Chu Tiancheng was in charge of the affairs of Feiling Island. When he saw Lu Ping, he couldn't help but ask curiously, Marshal nephew, aren't you preparing to go to the East Sea? Why are you here? Lu Ping said, I'm here to see junior brother Yin. Chapter 1475. After the North Sea monsters had launched a beast tide, and a great practitioner of the primordial crocodile clan had been killed by Yin Tianchu and Ji Tianxian, Yin Tianchu had come to Feiling Island to train in seclusion in preparation for his advancement to the late Dharma stage. However, Yin Tianchu, who had come before Lu Ping, was actually already a late Dharma practitioner. It was just that no one in Jinling knew that there was another great practitioner in their sect. Your training has not stabilized yet. It seems that you have just undergone the third thunder trial not long ago. Lu Ping said to Yin Tianchu with a smile. Do you want me to go to the East Sea with you? Yin Tianchu asked. Lu Ping shook his head. No, I want you to stay in the North Sea and keep an eye on someone. They toured around Feiling Island. Under Jinling's full management and the efforts of more than 10 wooden luans, Feiling Island now looked like an immortal paradise. As Jinling's strength continued to increase, Tianling Mountain had become a little too small for the current Jinling. At this time, Jinling's demand for lifting the seal on Feiling Island and merging Feiling Island with Tianling Island was getting louder and louder. Jinling's plan for Feiling Island had to be brought forward. Fortunately, Lu Ping's level of training had increased quickly enough. Although the plan had been brought forward, everything was still within the control of Lu Ping and the other great practitioners of Jinling. In order not to cause too much damage to Feiling Island and the ley lines, Jinling's lifting of the seal on Feiling Island was a gradual process. Although it took a little more time, the damage to the ley lines and the ley lines of Feiling Island was minimized during the process. After staying on Feiling Island for a few days, Lu Ping gave lectures to a few of Jinling's fourth-generation practitioners. Then, he arranged for Wang Xuanqi and Du Xianluo to train in seclusion here in preparation for breaking through to the Dharma stage. Only then did he leave Feiling Island and return to Tianling Mountain. The emissary from Flowing Cloud Pavilion had already returned to the Central Plains. Yuntian Laozu had always been a slippery character. He had suffered 3 consecutive losses at Lu Ping's hands, but had never lost his life. He was considered a rare opponent among Lu Ping. This time, he had deliberately sent a disciple from his sect to the North Sea to befriend Jinling. He was probably thinking of apologizing to Lu Ping. From this point, it could be seen that Qian Changming had a very good understanding of his master's intentions. From Lu Ping's point of view, this pure young practitioner had most likely received some news from Wuxia school. After being frightened by the shocking strength that Lu Ping had displayed, he had hurriedly sent a disciple from his sect to apologize to Lu Ping in order to avoid another retaliation from Lu Ping. After all, when Lu Ping was at the late Dharma stage, he could already cause chaos in Flowing Cloud Pavilion. Now that he had advanced to the pure yang stage, if Lu Ping really wanted to take revenge, he would no longer care about the people who were watching. Lu Tianling accepted the gift from Flowing Cloud Pavilion, and then sent Li Tianru back to Flowing Cloud Pavilion with Qian Changming to express his gratitude. This could be considered as setting the tone for the 2 large sects to be on good terms. Presumably, Yuntian Laozu would also be able to understand sect leader Jinling's intentions. As Jinling had a pure yang practitioner in charge, and even had the possibility of becoming a holy land in the eyes of outsiders, Junling's external strategy would probably change accordingly. Seeing that Lu Ping had arrived, Lu Tianling was a little worried. Must you go to the East Sea this time? Lu Ping nodded and said, I'm afraid this is the best and last opportunity to suppress the Crystal Palace. If we miss this opportunity, after 100 years, whether Xiao Baiyu and Skyrend will still maintain the alliance of the 5 sects because of the pressure from the Crystal Palace is unknown. Therefore, the gains from this trip to Phantom Island this time are crucial to the development of our sect for the next 100 years. After a pause, Lu Ping continued, Not to mention, I'm going to the Eastern Sea to fulfill a promise I made to a senior cultivator. This senior cultivator has helped me a lot, and she's also been a great help to our sect. So it's only right for me to help her. Lu Tianling thought for a while and asked, Is it that Longhuai ancestor? What exactly is this person's background? Does Ninth Brother know anything about it? It's this person. Lu Ping continued. This Longhuai ancestor's background is mysterious. This person should be considered a spirit demon, but he has a bloodline inheritance. He has experienced a lot of time and knows a lot of secrets. I even suspect that this person might be related to Jiao Daoren of the 7th Patriarch. Seeing that his teacher was shocked, Lu Ping quickly said, Of course, this is just disciples' guess. Lu Tianling nodded and said, If that's the case, then Ninth Brother, have you ever thought about whether letting this person out of the cultivation world is a blessing or a curse? Was the sky poison wall set up by Jiao Daoren to protect him, or to imprison him? Is everything he did to help you, Old Nine, just to cover up his plot against you? Lu Ping really didn't think about this, because ever since Lu Ping came into contact with the Longhuai ancestor, whether it was his bloodline or his soul, Lu Ping could feel kindness from the Longhuai ancestor. This kind of feeling was something that Lu Ping could only feel but not describe, let alone say it to others. The only thing that Lu Ping could use to convince his teacher was the selfless help and rescue of the Longhuai ancestor several times. No matter what, disciple has to give it a try. Otherwise, it will be hard to feel at ease. If it is really a disaster, disciple still has 3 of the Luan Taoist's life feathers. No matter how strong the Longhuai ancestor is, he has been imprisoned in the sky poison wall for tens of thousands of years and can't escape. At the very least, he can't compare to the 7th Patriarch of Sky Splitting. With the Sky Splitting divine ability sealed in the life feathers, disciple can at least escape unscathed. Lu Tianling saw that Lu Ping had made up his mind, so he no longer tried to persuade him. Instead, he asked, Do you need anyone else to go with you to the Fantasy Spirit Island this time? Lu Ping said, Martial Uncle Jiang and Martial Uncle Guo will lead the team. Martial Uncle Jiang will still be in charge of the Fantasy Spirit Palace's affairs. I won't show my face. When the time comes, it will still depend on each person's strength. I will also have to secretly fight with the Crystal Palace's pure yang. Other than that, there won't be too many risks. However, after disciple leaves, there will definitely be a storm in the North Sea. I will need Martial Uncle Tian Xiang, teacher, and Martial Uncle Mei to take the risk. Lu Tianling smiled and said, You set up the overall situation, but only left us to pull the net. If we can't even endure this kind of risk, then Jinling deserves to not have the luck to become a holy land in the future. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you won't be able to take care of the important matters of the sect. You have done enough for the sect, and it is time for us to fight for the sect. Lu Ping said seriously, In any case, please be careful. The opponents are all the top existences in this world. Although the 3 of you have your life feathers to protect yourselves, you may not be able to do everything. When the time comes, you just need to guard the sect and wait for disciple to return. Lu Tianling suddenly smiled and said, Old Nine, do you know what the trump card that Lao Tzu left for the sect's sect protection array was? Chapter 1477. Xiao Baiyu used the sky-cracking sword Qi to control the pure yang flying sword, but it couldn't break the light curtain of spirit wine Lao Tzu's crystal pagoda. Xiao Baiyu was shocked, but he immediately realized that the person he had defeated before had probably become a true spirit. Only in this way could the invincible sky-cracking sword Qi be defeated by Spirit Wine Laozu's natal spiritual treasure. It should be known that Xiao Baiyu's pure yang flying sword was not an ordinary pure yang spiritual treasure. It was made by smelting half of the broken sword that Jiao Daoren used to open the sky. Although its power couldn't compare with a heaven-opening artifact, it was much stronger than an ordinary pure yang spiritual treasure. Since Spirit Wine Laozu had become a true spirit, it meant that the Crystal Palace's true spirit cultivator had completed the handover. The previous true spirit cultivator should be at the end of his lifespan, or he didn't want to stay in the mini kiliocosm of the Crystal Palace anymore, and was ready to go to the North Ice Field. If this was the case, it was normal for Laozu, the true spirit cultivator of Wuxia School, to kill several enemies of the Crystal Palace before he went to the North Ice Field. As for Spirit Wine Laozu, after becoming a true spirit, a cultivator did have 1 year to spend in the cultivation world. This was the case for Jinling's Ginseng Laozu. However, after a cultivator became a true spirit, he would usually use this 1 year to consolidate his cultivation. It was precisely because after a cultivator became a true spirit, his cultivation would fluctuate, and there was a risk of falling from a true spirit at any time. That was why this world tolerated them. At this critical moment, the Crystal Palace suddenly had 2 true spirit cultivators, who didn't care about the mini kiliocosm for the time being. Obviously, they had planned this beforehand. If this was the case, they were really targeting Xiao Baiyu and Lu Ping. Although Lu Ping didn't know whether Xiao Baiyu was telling the truth or not, Xiao Baiyu didn't need to scare him. With a slight movement of his mind, he had scanned the surrounding 300 miles with his divine thought. At the same time, he was inevitably eager to test the true spirit cultivator Laozu's real strength. With a strange cry, Lu Xiaoping pulled out the willow sword on his back. He took 2 steps in the air and hid behind the sky-cracking sword. At the moment when the crystal tower suppressed the sky-cracking sword Qi again, Lu Xiaoping shouted kill. The willow sword suddenly shot out and pointed at the place where the sky-cracking sword was stabbed. He used the great magical power serial flying kill. There was an exclamation in the air, and the light curtain hanging down from the crystal tower was instantly pierced. Although this attack relied more on the power of Xiao Baiyu's pure yang sky-cracking sword, the timing of Lu Ping's attack and the great swordsmanship of the avatar were all amazing. Even the spirit cultivator Laozu of the Crystal Palace couldn't help praising him, as he was his enemy. However, although Lu Ping's strength was beyond the expectations of the spirit cultivator Laozu, Lu Xiaoping's attack stopped after breaking the light curtain of the crystal tower. Not only did it not have the power to move forward, it did not pose a threat to the crystal tower at all. Even the spirit cultivator Laozu of the Crystal Palace couldn't help praising him, as he was his enemy. The difference between the real spirit and the pure yang was actually so huge. Lu Ping had already judged the difference in strength between the two from the exchange of blows. He couldn't help but feel inexplicably shocked. The sky-cracking sword had already bravely charged forward again. Xiao Baiyu saw that Lu Xiaoping had yet to recover from the previous attack, and it was obviously difficult for him to hold back the spirit cultivator Laozu by himself. He hurriedly explained, "Lu Xiaoyu, don't panic. This person has always been clumsy." However, when he was at the pure yang level, his defensive ability was even better than that of the Earth's spiritual son of Wuxia School. Now that he has become a real spirit, he will definitely be more difficult to deal with, but he is also clumsier. At this time, Lu Ping and Xiao Baiyu were in a difficult position. Normally, no matter which pure yang cultivator came from the Crystal Palace, Lu Ping and Xiao Baiyu could calmly deal with them. However, the two of them were facing a real spirit cultivator Laozu. No matter if it was the sky-cracking sword or Lu Xiaoping, the real spirit Laozu would definitely follow the spatial fluctuations and catch up to them. Therefore, Xiao Baiyu and Lu Ping had no choice but to join forces to resist the Jinling cultivator's detection. However, this method could only delay the two of them from being discovered by the two real spirit cultivators. While the sky-cracking sword and Lu Xiaoping did not dare to retreat, they also held back the two of them. If they wanted to control the two of them at will, they had to be within a certain distance from the two of them. This distance was naturally the range of the pure yang cultivator's divine sense, which was usually 150 to 200 miles. Lu Ping and Xiao Baiyu were not ordinary pure yang cultivators, so the range that their divine sense could cover must exceed this distance, especially for Lu Ping. Although he had just advanced to the pure yang level, his divine sense could cover an area of 300 miles. Therefore, if the two real spirits of the Crystal Palace really attacked together, they had to expand the range of their search. The trap set by the Crystal Palace with the two real spirit cultivators to ambush Xiao Baiyu and Lu Ping could be considered as a lion going all out to catch a rabbit. At least in the eyes of outsiders, it was like this. With the two real spirits Laozu attacking, the Crystal Palace could re-establish their dominance over the East Sea in this battle. They could even destroy Jinling in one fell swoop and control the North Sea cultivation world. Which of the two true spirit cultivators would find Lu Ping? Even Lu Ping himself did not know. However, no matter which one it was the most critical moment for Lu Ping, who was in a dilemma. This was because Lu Ping did not dare to leave at this time, so he could only wait for the other Crystal Palace real spirit Laozu to find him. In fact, Lu Ping and Xiao Baiyu could completely abandon the sky-splitting sword and Lu Xiaoping and retreat at this time. This way, they would not have to worry about the traces of the real spirit Laozu of the Crystal Palace using these two treasures. However, Xiao Baiyu was a pure swordsman. This pure yang flying sword was almost 1/3 of his strength. And this avatar of Lu Xiaoping did not need Lu Ping's divine will to control it, but it also had the strength comparable to a late Dharma adept. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lu Ping was not willing to abandon it. At this moment, Xiao Baiyu suddenly shouted, "Oh no, I've been discovered!" With that, the sky-splitting sword spun around, and the body of the sword directly opened up a passage in the void, intending to escape. Unexpectedly, the crystal tower, which had previously appeared clumsy in the process of fighting with the sky-splitting sword and Lu Xiaoping, suddenly appeared above the space passage that the sky-splitting sword had opened. That Yuan Jiu Laozu laughed loudly, and the 9th level of the crystal tower shone brightly. A crystal-clear light curtain hung down, and the space passage immediately collapsed. However, the sky-splitting sword did not plunge into the open space passage at this time. Instead, the moment it broke open the space passage, it suddenly turned and disappeared into the void in the opposite direction, leaving only Xiao Baiyu's cold laughter in the void. "Yuan Jiu, old man, I know that you are used to taking advantage of the situation. Even if I fall into your trap today, don't even think about taking advantage of me." The crystal tower failed to stop the sky-splitting sword. Xiao Baiyu's seemingly angry words did not cause the slightest fluctuation in Yuan Jiu Laozu's mood. Instead, he laughed softly and said, "Still as slippery as before, but this time, you may not be able to escape." With that, the crystal tower turned and flew in another direction. There was still a spatial fluctuation left there, which was the place where Lu Ping's avatar had disappeared. Under the control of the true spirit Laozu, the crystal tower could completely capture the direction in which Lu Xiaoping had left. A moment after the crystal tower chased after the direction in which Lu Xiaoping had left, a cultivator in his 40s with a huge red nose stepped out of the void and appeared in the void where the sky-splitting sword, the crystal tower, and Lu Xiaoping had fought. The cultivator closed his eyes and carefully sensed the spatial fluctuations around him. It did not take long before he found the spatial imprint left behind by the crystal pagoda. The cultivator smiled and took a step forward, disappearing from sight once more. Just before Xiao Baiyu suddenly shouted that he was found by the other true spirit of the Crystal Palace, Laozu, Lu Ping immediately ordered Lu Xiaoping to return, even if it meant exposing his location. At the same time, a thought suddenly emerged in Lu Ping's mind. Could this be a conspiracy by Xiao Baiyu and the Crystal Palace? Although Lu Ping did not hear the conversation between Yuan Jiu Laozu and Xiao Baiyu, because he had withdrawn Lu Xiaoping in the first place, he rejected this idea as soon as it emerged in Lu Ping's mind. At this time, it was completely impossible for Xiao Baiyu to plot against him, because before he advanced to the true spirit, he still needed to resist the pressure from the Crystal Palace. The surface of the 12 elemental Qin beads, which had just passed through the second lightning tribulation, shone even more brilliantly. The white jade lotus flower array gradually began to disappear from the void under their feet. However, the white jade lotus flower array was still a first tribulation spiritual treasure. Just when Lu Ping had just set up the Genshin formation, Lu Xiaoping had already escaped from the void. Lu Ping withdrew his external incarnation and flew backward, trying to leave this place with the divine sense of space. Hehe, can you still escape? A mocking voice sounded. The Crystal Palace forcibly broke through the space tunnel and arrived in front of Lu Ping. Then the Crystal Palace shone brightly, and the void was immediately sealed. Lu Ping's divine sense of space instantly lost its effect. However, Lu Ping had never thought that he could escape from the pursuit of a true soul cultivator, Laozu. All he did was to make Spirit Wine Laozu lower his guard. The moment the crystal tower appeared, the densely packed multicolored light emitted from the surface of the 12 gentian beads intertwined with each other and resonated with the white jade lotus formation below, forming a multicolored space that completely trapped the crystal tower in the formation. Overturn the sky. The void collapsed. Although the crystal tower could suppress the divine sense of space, when the entire void began to collapse, the crystal tower could do nothing. Therefore, the moment the Genshin formation was activated, it cut off the connection between Spirit Wine Laozu and the crystal tower. Hey! It can actually cut off the connection between the old man and his natal spiritual treasure. This is getting more and more interesting. Spirit Wine Laozu, who was shuttling through the void, was startled at first, but then his interest increased. But if you think that you can escape from the old man's pursuit, you are too naive. Lu Ping naturally did not think that he could trap the crystal tower, but what he really wanted was to temporarily escape the crystal tower's pursuit and escape. Therefore, the moment Lu Ping used the Genshin formation to temporarily trap the crystal tower in the space turbulence, he quickly left. However, before Lu Ping could escape far, Spirit Wine Laozu's voice suddenly seemed to appear in Lu Ping's ears. Can you still escape? Lu Ping suddenly stopped and turned to look at the void behind him. There was a turbulence in the void, and a male practitioner in his 40s with a red, rosacea nose strolled out. He looked at Lu Ping standing in front of him and asked, "North Sea Water Sword Immortal?" Lu Ping said coldly, "I am not worthy of your excellency's address." Spirit Wine Laozu shook his head and said, "Absolutely worthy. At least when Xiao Baiyu was at your level of cultivation, he was still weaker than you, and Lu Ping is weaker than him. The only thing that makes the old man regret is that you are not a pure sword cultivator." Spirit Wine Laozu stood still, and then looked past Lu Ping to look at the myriad poison sky wall behind him. He smiled and said, "Running away in panic? Unfortunately, this time, the old man must kill you, because your future might be more glorious than anyone else's. For the sake of the entire cultivation world, the old man has no choice but to eliminate you, who is still in the budding stage." Lu Ping suddenly raised his head and chuckled. "Why do you have to do this? However, if you want to eliminate me, you have to see if I agree. My life is up to me, not the heavens. If Senior Spirit Wine wants my life, you need to have the ability to do so." Spirit Wine Laozu secretly cursed. He was about to stop Lu Ping, but it was already too late. Lu Ping stretched out his hand and suddenly patted the myriad poison sky wall not far behind him. The myriad poison sky wall behind Lu Ping suddenly revealed a passage that was as tall as a person. Chapter 1478. Xiao Baiyu was on the run. Even though Laozu, a celestial being, was chasing him, Xiao Baiyu did not panic. Instead, he remained calm. However, the only thing that puzzled him was that the void was still calm. How was it that Origin Wine had not found Lu Tianping yet? Could it be that Lu Tianping was even more powerful than him? This was impossible. Xiao Baiyu did not believe that Lu Ping had surpassed him in terms of strength. Perhaps he would in the future, but he was definitely not a match for him now. Yes, the reason was because of Origin Wine. That fellow had just become a celestial being, and his cultivation had not stabilized yet. He had delayed until now in order to play it safe. Unknowingly, the sky-splitting sword saint, Known as the #1 pure young cultivator in the cultivation world, Xiao Baiyu had placed Lu Ping on equal footing with him. At this critical moment of life and death, they were even secretly competing to see who could hide from celestial being Laozu for the longest time. Perhaps it was to confirm what Xiao Baiyu had just thought. At this moment, a turbulent wave of spiritual qi suddenly surged from the void hundreds of miles behind him. At that moment, the surrounding void was annihilated, and the violent spatial vibrations directly affected Xiao Baiyu's surroundings. It even caused Xiao Baiyu's restrained aura to leak out for a moment. Not good. Xiao Baiyu was shocked. He calmed down the turbulence in the surrounding void, and the moment he restrained the spiritual qi around him, he used the sky-splitting sword as an escape sword. By combining the escape technique with spatial magic, Xiao Baiyu's speed increased by another level. However, it was all too late. It was that moment of exposure that allowed celestial being Laozu, who had been chasing Xiao Baiyu, to capture his location. The surrounding space seemed to compress. An old man with white hair and a beard seemed to be walking slowly, but every step he took seemed to cross countless spaces. Xiao Baiyu could only feel that the distance between them was rapidly shrinking. Xiao Baiyu, since you have already received the inheritance of Jirshuan Tower, you already know that you cannot escape from the old man. The old man strolled leisurely behind Xiao Baiyu. He was not in a hurry to stop Xiao Baiyu. Instead, he tried to persuade him. Unexpectedly, Xiao Baiyu really stopped in the void, turned around, and cupped his hands towards the Crystal Palace's Laozu. Senior must be Danju Laozu from the Crystal Palace. Junior Xiao Baiyu. Being able to compete with Senior today is enough to satisfy me. The old man looked at Xiao Baiyu in amusement. Do you really think you are a match for the old man? Do you know the true difference between a celestial being and a pure young cultivator? Xiao Baiyu smiled. Since Senior has already said that I have received the inheritance of Jirshuan Tower, how could I not know the true difference between a pure young cultivator and a celestial being? However, it is also because of this that I also know that although Senior has become a celestial being, I am afraid that you do not dare to use your full strength in this world. Otherwise, even if the heavenly punishment does not descend immediately, Senior will not stay here for long. Why should I fear a celestial being Laozu, who is only a celestial being, but has to use a pure yang technique? In comparison, I am even luckier than the North Sea Water Sword Immortal. Danju Laozu snorted coldly. As the guardian of the Crystal Palace, the old man would rather suffer the heavenly punishment to get rid of a scourge like you. The smile on Xiao Baiyu's face disappeared. He said in a low voice, Then I can only bet that Senior does not dare to exchange your own safety for this Xiao's life. If Senior insists on taking the heavenly punishment to attack this Xiao, then this Xiao will accept my fate. In the end, Xiao Baiyu suddenly showed a sarcastic expression and said, Senior, do you really have the courage to perish together with me? Danju Laozu's expression turned cold. Although the old man cannot stay in this world for too long, before the heavenly punishment descends, I at least have the confidence to attack with all my strength. Does fellow Xiao have the confidence to receive it? Danju Laozu's words were actually admitting that he did not dare to perish together with Xiao Baiyu. However, even though Xiao Baiyu had seen descriptions of the true spirit Laozu's full strength in the 9 mystical towers ancient books, he had never seen it for himself. It was absolutely impossible to say that he was not nervous. However, just as Danju Laozu asked this, he saw a trace of fanaticism suddenly appear on Xiao Baiyu's face. This trace of fanaticism was the same as the inexplicable excitement that Lu Ping had when he found out that he was about to encounter the true spirit Laozu. It was a kind of pursuit and desire for the limit. At this moment, the sky splitter under Xiao Baiyu's feet seemed to conform to its master's wishes. The crisp sound of the sword swept across half of the space with endless fighting spirit. Even Danju Laozu slowly withdrew the smile on his face at this moment. His gaze toward Xiao Baiyu was a little more solemn. This kind of fearless mentality that never knows what despair is. The old man has not seen such a mentality since he became a true spirit. It has been a long time. The heavenly poisonous wall was a forbidden place in the cultivation world of the East Sea. According to the legend of the cultivation world, This secret place was formed when Jiao Daren mistakenly took Taoist Gui's poisonous elixir and forced out his poisonous blood. In order to prevent the toxicity of the heavenly poisonous wall from spreading, Jiao Daren was seriously injured and set up the heavenly poisonous wall to prevent the spread of the toxicity of the heavenly poisonous wall to the whole cultivation world. However, according to the historical records of the Crystal Palace, the heavenly poisonous wall was a place full of strangeness and danger. Even the founder of the Crystal Palace had vaguely guessed from Taoist, whose words that there might be some amazing existence hidden in the heavenly poisonous wall, when Taoist who sat down to listen to Taoist whose teachings. However, Laozi, the true spirit of the Crystal Palace, had sent practitioners to try to sneak into the heavenly poisonous wall to investigate, but in the end, they either got some treasures of heaven and earth or never came back. Therefore, the heavenly poisonous wall remained mysterious to the gurus of the Crystal Palace. Until 8,000 years ago, a pure young practitioner of the Crystal Palace could not restrain his curiosity and took the risk to sneak into the heavenly poisonous wall 1 year after he became a true spirit and his cultivation was not stable, trying to reveal the secret of the heavenly poisonous wall to the world. However, what really shocked the Crystal Palace happened. Soon after the pure young practitioner broke into the heavenly poisonous wall, a huge turbulence of spiritual qi broke out inside, which was obviously caused by a fierce fight. However, before the Crystal Palace could respond and send more people to the rescue, the legendary turbulence of spiritual qi in the secret place suddenly disappeared, and the true spirit cultivator of the Crystal Palace never returned to the Crystal Palace. The soul lamp that represented his life and death in the Crystal Palace also went out. When the battle broke out, the 2 pure young cultivators from Water Crystal Palace, who had first entered the myriad poison firmament wall to receive this patriarch, had also disappeared. Their soul lamps had also extinguished, proving that the 2 pure young cultivators had already perished. If Laozi, who had just become a true spirit, had caused a big movement in the heavenly poisonous wall that almost shocked the entire East Ocean, then the 2 pure young practitioners were like a drop of water falling into the sea. They could not even make a sound. This also proved that the Crystal Palace Laozi, who had become a true spirit, could not do anything to the mysterious existence in the heavenly poisonous wall. This incident made the Crystal Palace very frightened, and they were on emergency alert for a long time. However, the mysterious existence hidden in the secret place of the fallen site never retaliated against the Crystal Palace. Although the expected retaliation did not come, the Crystal Palace was secretly on alert and in panic for a whole 200 years because the Crystal Palace Laozi, who had just become a true spirit, was preparing to inherit the previous true spirit and continue to be the guardian of the mini kiliacosm of the Crystal Palace. Because of his sudden death, along with the 2 pure young cultivators who had perished, the previous true spirit guardian of the Crystal Palace had no choice but to stay for an additional 100 years. Only then did he decide to head to the northern ice plains and leave this world despite the pleas of the entire Crystal Palace. The true spirit cultivators also had a limited lifespan. After becoming a true spirit, the guardians of the Holy Land had to stay in the mini kiliacosm, which made it impossible for them to make any progress in their cultivation. They could only waste their lifespan. Therefore, these supreme powerhouses often guarded the Holy Land for 300 to 500 years, at most, before they left this world to pursue a broader world. The previous true spirit Laozi of the Crystal Palace had to stay for an extra 100 years because of the death of his successor and the possible threat from the sky wall of poison. He had already done his best. If he stayed any longer, what was the point of leaving this world when his lifespan was about to end? However, 100 years could not allow the Crystal Palace to cultivate a new successor, which made the Crystal Palace once faced a situation very similar to the situation before the 9 mystical tower was destroyed. Fortunately, the news of the death of the Crystal Palace's true spirit Laozi was not spread out. The cultivation world did not know that the inheritance of the Crystal Palace's true spirit had been broken. Without the support of the true spirit Laozi, The Crystal Palace had always maintained a strong position in Donghai. However, after waiting in fear for 100 years, the Crystal Palace finally welcomed a new true spirit cultivator. The inheritance of the true spirit was continued again, and the glory of the Holy Land was finally maintained. However, although the crisis had passed, the Crystal Palace had always been secretive about the secret fallen site. Every time the sky wall of poison weakened, the Crystal Palace still sent cultivators into it to search for rare treasures, and never gave up exploring the secret fallen site covered by the sky wall of poison. However, the cultivators above the pure yang level, who could damage the sect, never entered it again. The mysterious existence that the entire Crystal Palace was very afraid of also never appeared again. Originally, Yuan Jiulaozu was a little hesitant about Lu Ping appearing in front of the sky wall of poison, but he still did not hesitate to attack and kill this genius cultivator, who had also disturbed the control of the Crystal Palace over the overseas cultivation world like Xiaobai. However, he never thought that Lu Ping would break the sky wall of poison without hesitation and break in. The sky wall of poison was the ancient taboo of the Crystal Palace. According to the conversation between Longhui ancestor and Lu Ping, Longhui ancestor's roots covered the entire fallen secret land. The moment Lu Ping entered the sky of poison wall, Longhui ancestor should have known. However, until now, when Lu Ping tried to send a message with his divine thought, he did not get a response from Longhui ancestor. Since there was no response, it should be that Longhui ancestor did not want to respond. Could it be because of Yuan Jiulaozu behind him? A true spirit cultivator might really be able to make Longhui ancestor afraid. So it was normal for Longhui ancestor to not respond, because he was afraid of getting into trouble. Lu Ping naturally did not know what happened to the Crystal Palace in the fallen secret land 8,000 years ago. Since he could not borrow the power of Longhui ancestor, Lu Ping could only rely on his own strength to fight against the true spirit cultivator behind him. However, just as Lu Ping turned around, just as Yuan Jiu ancestor was about to enter the heavenly poison wall, a loud bang and a roar came from the void outside the heavenly poison wall almost at the same time. Lu Ping's heavenly poison wall was about to close up. Suddenly, a loud bang and a roar came from outside the heavenly poison wall. The surging spiritual qi was like a violent storm, and the fallen secret land was suddenly stirred up. The huge change in the weather almost affected the entire fallen secret land when the loud sound was heard. At this time, the great adepts of the various sects who were chatting happily in the Phantom Palace were suddenly shocked by the strong spiritual qi storm. All the Dharma adepts in the entire Phantom Palace fell silent for a moment. Among the Dharma adepts of the various sects in the Phantom Palace, there were many who had seen battles between pure yang adepts. However, to be able to cause such a huge change in the weather and stir up the entire fallen secret land, the scale of this battle seemed to have far exceeded their impression of the power of pure yang adepts. Jiang Tianlin and the great adepts of Skyrend, Song Yulazu and Gu Zhenfei, looked at each other discreetly. They could see the deep worry in each other's eyes. Everyone knew that this time, the focus of the various sects was on the three sects, the Crystal Palace, Skyrend, and the Zhenling. Everyone also knew that Xiao Baiyu and Lu Tianping were rare geniuses in this world. Even so, it was unlikely that the two of them would cause such a huge commotion, right? For a moment, the astute adepts in the Phantom Palace all looked in shock at the great adept of the Crystal Palace, Yuanfeng Laozu, who was sitting at the head of the Phantom Palace with a smile on his face. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Yuanfeng Laozu smiled reservedly. A piece of news that shocked the entire East Sea came out of his mouth. Haha! Our sect has specially sent old man here to invite our friends from all sections. Our sect's brother Yuan Jiao has successfully become a true soul cultivator a few days ago, and will soon take over the position of our sect's previous guardian, Uncle Laozu Danju, to guard the Crystal Palace. After this Phantom Island conference, our sect will hold a grand inheritance ceremony. We would like to invite all friends to attend the ceremony. Boom! This piece of news instantly swept through the major and minor repairs masters of the Phantom Palace. True Soul Laozu, Danzhu Laozu, and Brother Yuanjiu Laozu. Each of them was a figure who could shake the entire cultivation world with a stomp of their feet in East Sea, or even the entire cultivation world, dazzling all the cultivators in the Phantom Palace. Many cultivators cast looks of pity, schadenfreude, worry, joy, and so on at the other two great cultivators of the illusionary spirit palace, but most of them looked at Jiang Tianlin. Yuanfeng Laozu released the news that Yuanjiu Laozu had become a true soul cultivator, and that Danzhu Laozu was about to leave this world. There was no doubt that the trump card that the Crystal Palace had sent to deal with Xiao Baiyu and Lu Tianping was the supreme powerhouse of the Crystal Palace, the genuine True Soul Laozu. In front of the legendary True Soul Laozu, the sky-splitting sword sage, and the North Sea water sword immortal were nothing in front of the True Soul cultivator. The reason why the people of the Phantom Palace looked at Jiang Tianlin was obvious. Compared to Xiao Baiyu, Lu Tianping's death seemed to be more certain. If Xiao Baiyu, who had accumulated a lot of power in the cultivation world, still had a chance to escape, then Jinling's Lu Tianping seemed to have no hope at all. Taking a step back, even if Skyrend lost Xiao Baiyu, there was still a pure young cultivator, 8th sister Zhu, and Skyrend's tens of thousands of years of accumulation. Skyrend was still an old large sect. But if Jinling lost Lu Tianping, there were countless questions in people's hearts as to whether it could maintain its status as a large sect. Worry flashed across Jiang Tianlin's face, but it could not be hidden from Yuanfeng Laozu, who had been looking at them proudly. However, when Yuanfeng Laozu was about to say something, there was another loud bang that shook the entire Phantom Palace. There was even a faint sword hum in this loud bang. However, when this sword hum sounded out, it instead caused the worry on the face of the sky-split sword sect's ancestor Blue Feather, Gu Zhenfei, to become even heavier. As a sword cultivator as well, Ancestor Blue Feather was able to tell that the sword hum wasn't the sound of battle, but the wail of a sword. Sure enough, after the loud bang, an old voice suddenly resounded throughout the world. What a great sky-splitting sword sage! You can actually withstand the old man's full attack. You really live up to your reputation. However, after the old man broke your natal flying sword, how much strength do you, Xiao Baiyu, have left? The destruction of Xiao Baiyu's natal flying sword made Songyu Laozu angry. He suddenly stood up and was about to walk out of the Phantom Palace. Yuanfeng Laozu suddenly stood up and blocked his way. He said with a fake smile, "Fellow Songyu, where are you going?" Songyu Laozu was instantly furious. Just as he was about to explode, he suddenly heard Xiao Baiyu's weak but clear laughter. "Although I am not Senior's opponent, I have forced Senior to use his full strength as a true spirit cultivator. He Tian Fa is coming. Does Senior have the confidence to enter the North Ice Field before Tian Fa? If you don't have the confidence, you should leave quickly. There's no rush. Old man, I'll kill you first. It won't take long anyway." It's too late." "What?" A cry of surprise rang out, causing the situation in the Phantom Palace to rapidly change. Everyone could tell that the "it's too late" was Xiao Baiyu's voice. Danzhu Laozu, who was behind him, let out a cry of surprise. This cry of surprise was filled with fear and disbelief. Everyone could tell that the one who was pleased with himself was Xiao Baiyu. But what did Xiao Baiyu do to make a dignified true spirit cultivator lose his composure like this? Could it be that he, who had his natal flying sword broken, still have a way to turn defeat into victory? It had to be known that this was Laozu, who had become a true spirit cultivator several hundred years ago. Everyone looked at Songyu Laozu once again. They saw Songyu Laozu looking confused at first, then his eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. He looked at Yuanfeng Laozu, who was blocking in front of him, and gave a strange laugh. Then he turned around and sat down on the seat of honor in the Phantom Palace. If it wasn't for Senior's help, this Xiao would need at least 50 years to reach the true spirit realm. Moreover, I don't know how long it would take for me to break through the bottleneck. But now, this is all thanks to Senior's help. Although this Xiao has broken the heaven-splitting sword, I have stepped into the true spirit realm. So this is the feeling of becoming a true spirit cultivator. Even if Senior has the Overlord Hammer, What can you do to this Xiao? Chapter 1480. However, after your origin flying sword was broken by the old man, how much of your strength do you, Xiaobai, have left? Before the myriad poison sky wall closed, Danju Laozu's aged roar just happened to reach the ears of Lu Ping and Yuan Jiu Laozu. Following the closing of the protective wall, Lu Ping and Yuan Jiu Laozu were separated from the outside world at the same time. Lu Ping's expression was very ugly. Xiao Baiyu's origin flying sword had already been broken by the true spirit cultivator, and without the origin flying sword, that was refined from the broken sword Jiao Daoren used to split the sky, how much strength could Xiao Baiyu have left? How could he be a match for Danju Laozu? Even though he had accepted the 9 profound towers' true spirit inheritance, Lu Ping knew that Danju Laozu, as a true spirit Laozu, would only be able to use his full strength once in this world. If he used any more, he might immediately attract the heavenly punishment. However, Lu Ping had no way of determining whether Danju Laozu had used his full strength or not. Furthermore, even if he had used his full strength, the current Xiao Baiyu only had a few levels of strength left. Under a casual attack from Danju Laozu, he would probably be in danger. Xiao Baiyu was in danger. The Longhuai ancestor had not appeared at all, and Yuan Jiu Laozu was closing in step by step. Although Lu Ping had never lacked fighting spirit, at this moment, his heart could not help but sink. Yuan Jiu Laozu laughed and said, "It's your turn this time." In the illusionary spirit palace, Songyu Laozu laughed and said to Yuan Feng Laozu, "Fellow Yuan Feng, shouldn't we discuss the distribution of spirit stones for this conference?" Yuan Feng Laozu's expression was very ugly. Xiao Baiyu had suddenly become a true spirit at the last moment, and even if Danju Laozu had the Overlord Hammer, he would not be able to kill Xiao Baiyu in a short period of time. Furthermore, Danju Laozu had probably already fled to the northern ice plains to avoid the heavenly punishment. Without Danju Laozu to suppress him, Senior Yuan Jiu might not be able to suppress Xiao Baiyu, who had also just become a true spirit. Furthermore, there was the 9 profound towers small thousand world. Damn it, was there really going to be a second sacred land in the East Sea? Thinking of Yuan Jiu Laozu, Yuan Feng Laozu seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at Jiang Tianlin and sneered. "Fellow Tsangyu, don't be so anxious. From the old man's point of view, we should wait for news from Jinling's side." Songyu Laozu looked at Jiang Tianlin thoughtfully. The two sects were originally united against a common enemy, but this time, Songyu Laozu unexpectedly did not speak up for Jiang Tianlin. Yuan Feng Laozu's lips slightly curled up as he thought to himself, "As expected." In the North Sea, Yuan Feifei looked at the slightly dejected old man in front of her and sneered inside. However, she maintained a respectful tone and said, "Junior will remember Senior's words. Junior will report back to the 2 great uncles. I'll have to trouble Senior to take care of them." A sliver of guilt flashed in the old man's eyes. His old voice contained a sliver of exhaustion as he said, "Don't worry. Since the old man has already promised you, he will definitely do it." Yuan Feifei nodded, then suddenly said, "But when the time comes, I'll have to ask Senior to destroy the formation on the island." "What?" The old man was shocked. He said, "Are you trying to force the old man to fall out with Jinling?" The old man was slightly agitated. His presence surged as he charged towards Yuan Feifei like a tidal wave. He said, "The old man has already agreed to investigate the progress of Jinling's plan for the 7-star grotto heaven. Now that you're clearly confident that you can find the 7-star grotto heaven before Jinling, why do you have to get the old man to destroy the formation on the island?" Yuan Feifei was like a rock on the shore. She allowed the waves to batter her, as she looked at the old man indifferently. A while later, the old man's presence suddenly weakened, but there was still a sliver of anger on his face. He said, "Did fellow Tongtian want the old man to do this?" "The old man wants to see fellow Tongtian." Yuan Feifei smiled reservedly. "Third great uncle is currently working with 7th great uncle to search for the spatial crack to the 7-star grotto heaven. He has no time to attend to other matters." Anger finally appeared on the old man's face. He said, Jinling Lu Tianping has saved my life. The old man's actions today have already brought shame to Lu Xiaoyu. The old man cannot comply with this. Yuan Feifei's expression immediately changed. She sneered. Senior, you should think this through. Since you've chosen this path, how can it be so easy for you to go back on your word? The old man said coldly. Aren't you afraid that the North Sea Water Sword Immortal will take revenge once he finds out what your Yuan clan has done? Revenge? Why would my Yuan clan be afraid of his revenge? Yuan Feifei seemed to have heard the greatest joke. Even if Lu Tianping wants to take revenge, he'll have to be able to escape from the East Sea alive first. Moreover, even if he's lucky enough to escape, whether Jinling still exists in this world is another matter. What awaits Lu Tianping will be an inescapable net set up in the North Sea, the old man said in shock. What exactly do you want to do? Are you going to wage a sect annihilation war against Jinling, just for the 7-star grotto heaven? Yuan Feifei said coldly, Senior, don't you think that after the destruction of the 9 mystical tower, there are too many sects in the cultivation world that want to become sacred grounds? Speaking up to this point, Yuan Feifei's expression more or less carried a hint of inexplicable fanaticism. In the current cultivation world, only my Yuan clan can be mentioned in the same breath as the 6 sacred grounds. However, my Yuan clan has never had an unbroken true spirit inheritance since the beginning of the world. Even as the #1 clan, the Yuan clan has never had a true spirit disciple. This is not fair. Yuan Feifei turned and left after saying this, leaving the old man hovering in midair. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, the old man let out a long sigh. Then he turned into a stream of light and disappeared above the sea, leaving behind only the waves and the rustling sea breeze. Just after the two of them left one after another, a gust of sea breeze pushed a wave on the surface of the sea. A spray suddenly escaped from the wave, and then it turned into a human figure in the sea breeze. In the darkness of the night, the face could not be seen clearly. The person stood on the surface of the sea for a while. Under the dim starry sky, it was impossible to see what he was doing. Only a pair of piercingly cold eyes could be seen in the night. After a while, the figure was once again swallowed up by the surging wave. It was as if nothing had happened on the surface of the sea. In the firmament poison wall, Lu Ping held the spiritual treasure in his hands. Although he was cutting it in two, he could not hide the trace of shock on his face. The pure yang scissors, which had always been invincible in Lu Ping's hands, were being held by the Yuan Jiulaozu dozens of feet away. Although Lu Ping's real essence was continuously injected into the pure yang spiritual treasure, he could not cut the scissors in his hands. The mantis, which had always been extremely arrogant when Lu Ping controlled the spiritual treasure to cut it in two, was lying on Lu Ping's shoulder and slowly hiding behind Lu Ping's neck in the face of the Yuan Jiulaozu's strength. Yuan Jiulaozu's face was full of admiration as he said, I have to say, as a pure yang cultivator, your strength is extremely outstanding. However, the more the old man cannot tolerate you today. I will let you experience the true difference between a pure yang cultivator and a true spirit Laozu before you die. Yuan Jiulaozu spoke casually of victory, but Lu Ping was sufficiently valiant at the moment of life and death. Even before Yuan Jiulaozu, the true spirit sword whistled out and slashed down on Yuan Jiulaozu in the blink of an eye. Yuan Jiulaozu did not care at first, but the moment Lu Ping took out the flying sword, the true spirit sword did not show off its previous sharpness. The dim light even caused Yuan Jiulaozu to lose his vigilance. However, when the true spirit sword suddenly appeared above Yuan Jiulaozu's head, the powerful power that was released in that instant shocked Yuan Jiulaozu. Pure yang spiritual treasure, heaven-splitting artifact. Yuan Jiulaozu cried out involuntarily. He suddenly pushed his hands outwards, and Lu Ping felt a powerful force suddenly surge out from the spiritual treasure. Even with Lu Ping's current physical strength, he could not control his hands in an instant. The spiritual treasure fell from his hands, and the two indestructible blade lights were immediately annihilated in midair. Yuan Jiulaozu was shocked by the powerful sword energy that the true spirit sword had instantly erupted with. After freeing his hands, he slapped his chest with his left hand. A fiery red gourd rose from the top of Yuan Jiulaozu's head and instantly fell into the 9th floor of the crystal pagoda. A fiery red mist spread out from the crystal pagoda, drowning the powerful sword energy that was descending from the sky. In an instant, Lu Ping felt that the connection between his divine sense and the true spirit sword had suddenly weakened. It was not because there was an obstruction between the two, but because the fiery red mist had weakened the connection between the divine sense and the spiritual treasure. In Lu Ping's divine sense, the fiery red mist was like strong alcohol. When a cultivator's divine sense came into contact with it, it would cause Lu Ping to feel as though his divine sense was drunk. For a moment, Lu Ping felt that his divine sense was out of control. However, his heart was extremely clear. The moment he felt this, the jade-green soul fire continued to burn in his divine sense. The invisible red mist that had fused with his divine sense had no choice but to be forced out by the jade-green soul fire and condense into a ball again. However, in this short period of time, the power of the true spirit sword had instantly weakened. Yuan Jiulaozu seized this opportunity and used the crystal pagoda to collide with the true spirit sword. A series of trembling sounds could be heard, and the true spirit sword had been sent flying dozens of feet away. On the light curtain hanging down from the crystal pagoda, a crack appeared from the top of the pagoda. It could not be mended for a moment. Yuan Jiulaozu's expression changed when he saw the unmended crack on the light curtain of the crystal pagoda. However, he immediately calmed down and said, No, this is not a heaven-splitting artifact. Its power is far from that. However, it is closely related to a heaven-splitting artifact. Yuan Jiulaozu seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly turned around and asked Lu Ping, What is this flying sword made of? Lu Ping had already regained control of the true spirit sword in his hand. Vigorous primary essence was continuously injected into the sword. He sneered and said, Do you think I will tell you? Yuan Jiulaozu sneered and said, Old man is talking too much. When the old man captures you, this flying sword will naturally belong to the old man. Chapter 1481. At the same time that the crystal tower hung down the crystal light curtain, it also emitted a boundless fiery red wine mist. Not only did this mist cover Lu Ping's vision, but it also hindered his divine telekinesis. It even dyed the black poisonous mist in the fallen secret land into a black-red color. Although this fiery red wine mist limited Lu Ping's various means, it was not poisonous. Lu Ping had several means to avoid poison, but in the face of this boundless wine mist, he could only use his powerful divine telekinesis and jade phosphorus soul fire to guard a radius of several hundred feet. At the same time, he used the cloud sail to protect himself from the wine mist. If the distance was any further, Lu Ping seemed to be somewhat powerless in the wine mist. Yuan Jiulaozu sneered and pointed to the crystal tower above his head. From the 8th floor of the tower, a crystal whip flew out, passing through the poisonous mist and falling on top of Lu Ping's head. Although Lu Ping's divine telekinesis was greatly limited, a distance of several hundred feet was enough for Lu Ping to adapt. Moreover, Lu Ping also had the 3 pure true pupils, which had reached the great accomplishment stage. He could see through the mist of several hundred feet. Seeing the crystal whip breaking through the air, the sword of real spirit had already slashed horizontally. The two collided with a loud bang, and an invisible airwave spread out in all directions with the two as the center. The space then became turbulent, but it immediately calmed down. However, at this time, Lu Ping focused all his attention on dealing with Yuan Jiulaozu, so he did not notice this situation. Although Yuan Jiulaozu noticed the strangeness of the surrounding space, Yuan Jiulaozu, who was already on guard against the fallen secret land, only frowned. The appearance of these movements was not out of Yuan Jiulaozu's expectation. The sword of true spirit and the crystal whip collided. One was of extremely high quality, but the imperial controller's cultivation was not good enough, but he used his full strength. The other was of slightly lower quality, but the imperial controller's strength was extremely strong, but he was restrained by the mysterious fallen tomb. This time, at least on the surface, the battle between the two ended in a draw. In reality, this attack was effortless for Origin Wine Laozu, but Lu Ping's blood was churning in his chest. It was only when he used the power of his Dharma power to calm the surging vital energy in his body. It had been a long time since Lu Ping had encountered such an overwhelming suppression in terms of strength. Yuan Jiu Laozu snorted coldly. The crystal pagoda rose into the air and slowly landed on top of Lu Ping's head, trying to suppress Lu Ping with absolute strength. However, the moment Yuan Jiu Laozu made his move, Lu Ping did not want to be outdone. In the black-red mist, where the poisonous mist and the wine mist blended, 12 stars suddenly began to twinkle, and the twinkle became brighter and brighter. Knowing that the black-red mist could no longer be concealed, Ancestor Primal Wine's mind stirred. Even he had heard quite a few stories about Lu Tianping's rise to prominence. Back then, when Lu Tianping had used his supremely powerful life bond formation to defeat 12 mighty cultivators by the banks of the Yulon River in the Central Plains, even Ancestor Primal Wine had been stunned. Moreover, the distinctive characteristics of the life bond formation that Lu Tianping had praised seemed to be the 12 glistening multicolored pearls and the enchanting white jade lotus formation of the 9th stage. Just as Yuan Jiu Laozu realized Lu Ping's response, a white jade lotus immediately bloomed under Lu Ping's feet. The rune array diagram on the petals resonated with the 12 gentian pearls around it. Lu Ping finally managed to set up the natal array before the crystal pagoda completely landed on his head. Boom! As the crystal pagoda fell, Lu Ping and the natal array were pressed down by Yuan Jiu Laozu. The ground of the secret permafrost sank more than 10 feet in one fell swoop. Lu Ping finally relied on the gentian array to barely resist the crystal pagoda. However, the crystal light curtain that hung down from the top of the pagoda fell again. But this time, it was not for protection, but for pressure. Lu Ping's chest and abdomen shook, and he could no longer suppress the blood in his heart. He half knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. The sword of true spirit suddenly turned into 9 dragons and wrapped around the crystal pagoda, trying to lift it up, helping the natal gentian array to finally resist the downward pressure of the crystal pagoda. However, Yuan Jiu Laozu seemed to have made up his mind to suppress Lu Ping under the crystal pagoda. He made a hand seal with both hands, and then made a pressing gesture with his palms facing down. The crystal pagoda suddenly sank down like a huge all that was smashed by a hammer. Lu Ping knelt on one knee and pushed down with both hands, barely supporting his body again. A purple-gold auspicious cloud appeared around Lu Ping, and a distant roar came from the auspicious cloud. A golden purple-gold claw suddenly appeared from the depths of the fog and reached out to the bottom of the crystal pagoda. The entire pagoda suddenly trembled, and Lu Ping, who was supporting himself with both hands, suddenly felt the pressure on his body lighten. He suddenly propped up his upper body, and the crystal pagoda was pushed up by 2 feet by Lu Ping. Yuan Jiu Laozu was furious, as if Lu Ping's resistance was a great humiliation to him. However, at this time, Lu Ping was suppressed under the crystal pagoda, and he could not see that there was a trace of fear hidden in Yuan Jiu Laozu's angry expression. The fear came from Lu Ping, who had never stopped fighting under the crystal pagoda, and the fear came from the moment Lu Ping summoned the Dharma form of the dragon. Yuan Jiu Laozu suddenly felt a mysterious reaction from the secret land of the fallen mound. This mysterious feeling came quickly and disappeared even faster. The primal wine ancestor even hesitated for a moment, wondering if it was just a misperception. But Yuan Jiu Laozu knew that it was not an illusion, but the mysterious existence hidden in the secret land of the fallen mound had been alarmed. Yuan Jiu Laozu did not know whether the mysterious existence was alarmed the moment Lu Ping summoned the Dharma form of the dragon, because there was a mysterious connection between the two. Therefore, Yuan Jiu Laozu wanted to completely suppress and kill Lu Ping before it happened, and then leave the secret land of the fallen mound as soon as possible. Yuan Jiu Laozu simply hovered above the crystal pagoda, and a huge suppressive force descended again. Lu Ping's upper body, which had just propped up, was about to be pressed down again. At this moment of life and death, the Dharma form of the dragon in the auspicious clouds no longer showed its head or tail. The purple-gold auspicious clouds instantly condensed towards the center, and the full appearance of the Dharma form of the dragon was immediately revealed to Lu Ping and Yuan Jiulaozu. The Dharma form of the dragon hovered above the lotus formation, and strong pure yang energy filled the entire Genshin formation. Yuan Jiulaozu looked at the Dharma form of the dragon with uncertain eyes. But in the end, Yuan Jiulaozu seemed to have made up his mind, and the aura around him suddenly began to fluctuate in an extremely strange manner. At this moment, Lu Ping could not raise his head to look at Yuan Jiulaozu, who was above his head. Because of the suppression of the crystal pagoda, even his divine thoughts could not break through the seal of the wine fog. But he could still feel the fluctuating and unusually strange aura coming from the top of the crystal pagoda. You, Lu Tianping, are the first person in history to be able to force the old man to transform into a real spirit with your pure yang cultivation base, and use your full strength. A voice with a hint of exclamation sounded above Lu Ping's head. Then, there was a sudden loud roar, and a boundless pressure seemed to descend from ancient times. What was suspended in the void at the top of the crystal pagoda was not Yuan Jiulaozu, but a giant yellow tiger. It was a true giant tiger, surging with life force. It was not the condensation of a Dharma idol, nor was it an illusory divine ability. It was just that this giant tiger was different from a true demonic tiger. It was more like a brand new level of life, a manifestation of the soul, an expression of the nascent divinity, a method that was more beneficial for cultivators to continue climbing the peak of eternal life. This was the true spirit that primal wine ancestor had achieved. The giant tiger roared at the sky. The surrounding void was no longer just turbulent and shattered, but it was communicating with the outside world, with the outside world shrouded by the poison firmament wall. Boundless spiritual energy shot out from the void and gathered around the giant tiger. This spiritual energy did not come from the secret burial ground, but from the outside world. It came from the place where the spiritual energy of this world gathered, which the spiritual energy of the giant tiger's real spirit communicated with the space magic power. The giant tiger was roaring, and so was the Dharma form of the dragon. The Dharma form of the dragon was only a pure young Dharma form, and it had not reached the sacred level of the real spirit. It was reasonable to say that when it encountered the real incarnation of the real spirit, it should be suppressed without any suspense. However, the Dharma form of the dragon did not seem to show the slightest fear of the giant tiger real spirit transformed by Yuan Jiulaozu. On the contrary, the Dharma form of the dragon hovered above the lotus array more and more eagerly, and it could not wait to fight with the real spirit giant tiger. Its roars provoked the giant tiger. The giant tiger looked disdainfully at the Dharma form of the dragon under its feet, then lifted its foot and gently stepped down. Lu Ping, who was suppressed under the crystal tower, could no longer hold on, and his whole body was pressed into the soil of the secret burial ground. Two feathers shining with a faint seven-colored light were held tightly in Lu Ping's hands. At the moment of life and death, Lu Ping was waiting for Yuan Jiulaozu's final attack to completely activate the magic power of opening the sky that Luan Daoist had personally performed in the two feathers. However, at this moment, a strange sound came from the soil. Bang! 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 The dull sound came from the soil. This was not the sound of Lu Ping's bones and blood vessels breaking under the suppression of the crystal palace. It was more like the roots under the soil had broken, because Lu Ping was pressed into the soil. At this time, the one who felt it the clearest was Lu Ping, who was completely suppressed. The sound of breaking was indeed from the roots under the soil. To be more precise, the broken roots were the two roots of the dragon locust tree that covered the entire secret burial ground. The Dharma form of a dragon. I didn't expect that after the fall of Jiao Daoren, there would still be a pure young Dharma form that is similar to a divine dragon in this world. Lu Xiaoyu, the old man really did not misjudge you. A voice sounded in Lu Ping's mind the moment he was crushed. This voice was none other than the Longhuai ancestor, who had never shown up. At this time, Lu Ping could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that he would not die this time. A steady stream of pure pneuma surged from the soil towards Lu Ping's body. This pneuma came from the broken roots of the dragon locust tree in the soil. The pure pneuma was also rich with vitality. It healed Lu Ping's injuries and replenished his real essence. Even Lu Ping could feel that his lifespan and cultivation seemed to have increased significantly at this moment. With the influx and refinement of the pneuma, Lu Ping even felt that he could use an incredible force to fight against the real spirit giant tiger that was suppressing him above his head. Just as the real spirit of Yuanjiu Laozu was about to kill Lu Tianping, who had been suppressed to the bottom and had no strength to fight back, suddenly raised his head. Then, a huge force that was not weaker than his own gushed out from under his feet and lifted the real spirit of the giant tiger up. This could not be the strength of Lu Tianping. Yuanjiu Laozu's heart trembled. He was immediately sure that it must be the mysterious existence in the secret burial ground that had taken action. Chapter 1482. For a moment, Yuanjiu Laozu even had the thought of escaping, but he suppressed it in the end. Whether it was his pride as the guardian of the Crystal Palace, or his confidence in his own strength after becoming a celestial spirit, neither allowed him to escape without a fight. Lu Ping knocked the crystal pagoda high up into the air, and the true spirit tiger leaped into the air. The void in front of him was compressed, and in the blink of an eye, it was already above Lu Ping's head. Before the tiger's sharp claws could stab into his body, Lu Ping could already feel his heart being tainted by the tiger's killing intent. However, at this moment, Lu Ping had the Longhuai ancestor as his backing, so he had nothing to fear. The Genshin formation operated, and the distance between the two suddenly increased. However, this method was clearly not enough against Yuanjiu Laozu's celestial spirit tiger. No matter how Lu Ping used his spatial abilities, Yuanjiu Laozu was always able to follow him like a shadow. However, Lu Ping did not expect to be able to compete with Yuanjiu Laozu in terms of spatial abilities, and he was only fighting for this moment. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, the celestial spirit sword Moli finally displayed its magnificent power in Lu Ping's hands. The huge sword whirlpool directly sliced the space into pieces, and then countless spatial fragments gathered together, with the boundless sword light at the center of the whirlpool. Suddenly, it traversed between Lu Ping and Yuanjiu Laozu's celestial spirits. At the center of the sword light whirlpool, countless spatial fragments gathered, as if a strange spatial passage had been opened, leading to an unknown place. If Yuanjiu Laozu did not stop, the celestial spirit tiger would fall into the Sea of All River sword formation, and it would be cut by thousands of sword lights and devoured by the sword formation space. If it was before Yuanjiu Laozu, with his celestial body, did not need to worry about this supreme sword ability. Although Lu Ping's sword whirlpool was powerful, it might not be able to defeat a celestial spirit body. However, the power of the Sea of All Rivers sword technique that Lu Ping used was several times more powerful. The power contained within it even made Yuanjiu Laozu's celestial spirit body fearful. At this moment, Yuan Qi was pouring into Lu Ping's body from the soil under his feet. With the help of this external force, Lu Ping could feel his strength skyrocketing, as if someone was pushing him from behind. His cultivation realm soared from the early stage of pure yang to the middle stage, late stage, and peak stage of pure yang. He knew that he had touched a mysterious threshold, and then Lu Ping felt that he was being carried across this threshold in one fell swoop, and arrived at a whole new realm. At this moment, the dragon Dharma power hovering above Lu Ping's head seemed to have a telepathic connection with Lu Ping, and it entered his head, as if it wanted to merge with Lu Ping's body to form a celestial spirit. However, at this moment, Lu Ping was not a true pure yang. The moment the dragon Dharma power entered Lu Ping's body, it finally merged with his blood vessels, and fell back into the core space along with the flow of his blood. However, in the process of Lu Ping's comprehension of advancing to a celestial spirit, The feeling of the moment the Dharma power and body merged was engraved in Lu Ping's mind. In the future, when Lu Ping really crossed this threshold, this feeling and understanding would definitely bring twice the results with half the effort for Lu Ping. Now that the Longhui ancestor had brought him into this realm, Lu Ping could feel that he could cause mountains and rivers to collapse, space to collapse, and even this world was afraid of his existence. It could not wait to expel him from this world, and did not hesitate to threaten him with the power of heaven and earth. Moreover, Lu Ping could even feel that in this world, there was a hidden threat that could destroy a celestial spirit. This threat was extremely mysterious, and a thought emerged from the bottom of Lu Ping's heart: divine punishment. Despite the rejection from this world, there seemed to be a mysterious force coming from the far north. It seemed to be guiding Lu Ping there as quickly as possible. Only there would he be able to escape the rejection from this world. Only there would he be free from the threat of this world. Only then would he be able to leave this world and be free from its threats. Only then would he be able to enter a new world. Lu Ping was doing his best to adapt and familiarize himself with this new realm. If he wanted to quickly control this new realm and comprehend the mysteries within, the most direct way was undoubtedly to fight. Only by fighting like life and death could he completely engrave the comprehension of this realm into Lu Ping's heart. And at this time, Lu Ping used the power of the true spirit realm to look back at all the details of his cultivation. He found that he had many flaws in using his innate divine abilities, and that the power of his divine abilities had this much room for improvement. The Genshin Great Array could actually be improved like this, and the power of the pure yang spiritual treasure could not be used to its peak. The path of cultivation could be walked like this to avoid more detours. Lu Ping knew this was a rare chance. His cultivation had risen to the true spirit realm with the help of the Longhui ancestor. But this increase was just an external force, it was just an illusion. After passing the current crisis, the Longhui ancestor's external force would be withdrawn and Lu Ping's cultivation would fall back to the early pure yang realm. However, after Lu Ping survived the current crisis, this experience would surely help him accumulate a strong foundation for his future cultivation. In the end, it would become a solid foundation for his future cultivation. Just like the 100 rivers flow into the sea that Lu Ping was casting now, the structure of the Great River Flow's East Sword Art was composed of the 5 basic skills. Lu Ping could even reverse engineer the Great River Flow's East Sword Art from the 5 basic skills into a brand new Great River Flow's East Sword Art. However, looking at the 100 Rivers Sea Sword Art that he was using now, although it could force back the Yuan Jiu Laozu with one sword, and its power could be said to be extremely strong, in Lu Ping's eyes, this sword art was extremely simple. This simple did not mean that there was anything wrong with this supreme sword art divine ability, but that this supreme sword art divine ability was much more extensive and profound than Lu Ping had imagined. What Lu Ping had displayed now was only the most basic power of this sword art. The 5 basic divine abilities of the All Rivers into the Sea Sword technique were merely the most basic foundation of this supreme divine sword technique. Apart from the 5 basic divine abilities, this divine sword technique could also contain more divine sword techniques as a framework, allowing the power of the divine ability to increase by a large margin. As the saying went, the sea can contain hundreds of rivers, and those with tolerance are great. This was where the true essence of the All Rivers into the Sea Sword technique lay. Moreover, after using the 5 great basic divine abilities to form the foundation of the 100 Rivers Sea Sword Art, if one wanted to incorporate the Sword Art divine ability into the framework of this Sword Art divine ability, it could only be done with the Supreme Sword Art divine ability. In other words, the 100 Rivers Sea Sword Art itself was a set of Sword Art divine ability that could fuse other Supreme Sword Art divine abilities into one. The more it could fuse, the more powerful the Sword Art divine ability would be. The reason why Lu Ping could not understand the true essence of this Supreme Sword Art divine ability, and could only use the most basic power of this Sword Art divine ability, was because the 100 Rivers Sea Sword Art was a true spirit-level divine ability. Only true spirit cultivators could truly use the 100 Rivers sea sword art. Only true spirit cultivators could fuse their supreme sword techniques into the structure of the 100 Rivers into the sea sword art, allowing this supreme sword technique to become more complete and its power to increase. It was not that Lu Ping did not have this idea before, but for the 100 Rivers sea sword art, Lu Ping could only use the other sword art divine abilities as a reference and could not fuse them together. But now, with the help of Patriarch Long Huai's essence, Lu Ping had temporarily raised his cultivation base to a new height. At the same time, he had also discovered the true essence of the all rivers run into the sea. This also meant that Lu Ping could now truly grasp the true essence of this sword technique with his pure yang cultivation base. Over the years, Lu Ping had studied many supreme sword techniques and skills. Other than the self-created Great River flowing east, there were also the Rising Heavens sword art from Yingtian sect, the Rising Heavens sword art from Songhai sect, the Songhai sword art from the Koikarp clan, and so on. He had even sparred with the sky-cracking sword saint, Ziyang Palace's direct disciple, and other great sword cultivators. Now that he had mastered the Sea of 100 Rivers sword art, which combined all kinds of supreme sword techniques, Lu Ping's swordsmanship would surely improve by leaps and bounds. The instant the true spirit tiger was forced back, Lu Ping once again took out the spiritual treasure and cut it in half towards the true spirit that Laozu had transformed into. This time, the true spirit Laozu no longer had the courage to fight the pure yang spiritual treasure head-on like before. Facing the full force of Lu Ping's scissors, the true spirit had no choice but to dodge to the side. In fact, at this moment, the strongest of Lu Ping's various techniques had become the two halves of the pure yang spiritual treasure. Whether it was the sword art divine ability or other magical abilities, or even Lu Ping's natal gentian formation, Lu Ping could see the path to increase the power of these techniques in the future. However, he did not have the time to increase the power of these techniques at this time. Instead, he might as well cut the spiritual treasure in half. The more essence energy he injected, the more powerful the pure yang spiritual treasure would be. It was as simple as that. When the giant tiger true spirit that Yuan Jiu Laozu had transformed into dodged Lu Ping's scissors, it saw the two halves of the spiritual treasure in Lu Ping's hand open and close again. Two blades of light cut through the void, and Yuan Jiu Laozu had to dodge again. The thing that Lu Ping lacked the most right now was an endless supply of pure spirit energy to temporarily reach the true spirit realm. Although the two halves of the spiritual treasure was strong, it consumed a lot of true spirit energy. However, Lu Ping did not care about this at all. The scissors in his hand cut again, and this unreasonable method made Yuan Jiu Laozu unable to do anything to Lu Ping. When Yuan Jiu Laozu had no way to deal with Lu Ping, and his heart was filled with thoughts of retreating, he heard a chi la sound coming from behind him. Yuan Jiu Laozu knew that after the giant tiger true spirit dodged the two halves of the spiritual treasure, the pure yang spiritual treasure's blade lights still closed, and created a hole in the 10,000 poison sky wall in the distance. Chapter 1483. On Yankun Island in the North Sea, Lin Yu Laozu stood in the middle of the island in a daze. After a long time, he let out a long sigh and slowly rose from the island. In Lin Yu Laozu's eyes, Yankun Island looked like a huge array board that was operating. With a flash of light in his hand, the long flute appeared in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the long flute was thrown towards the center of Yankun Island. Jia ga. A series of strange sounds rang out. It was as if a few of the core talisman inscriptions of a well-used formation had been destroyed. At first, the entire formation was unable to operate smoothly. Then it seemed as if it had broken away from its original operation and was completely out of control. The entire Yankun Island's formation began to operate in a strange manner. It seemed as if it would collapse at any moment. Seeing that the entire array on Yankun Island was about to be completely destroyed, Lin Yu Laozu's heart skipped a beat. He felt a cold killing intent flash by his side. Lin Yu Laozu seemed to have sensed it. His body suddenly flashed, and his entire body shifted 30 feet from his original position. A black light flashed in the direction where Lin Yulaozu had previously been standing. I knew that Lu Xiaoyu would definitely not be at ease leaving the old man here. So he really sent people to keep an eye on you. However, your secret technique of concealment is so superb. Could it be that you are the famous demon sword Yin Tianchu of Jinling? A cold snort sounded in the void. Yin Tianchu seemed to have already predicted that his sneak attack would not be able to do anything to the pure yang cultivator in front of him. After his attack failed, he immediately shook the entire space as a cover and waited for an opportunity to strike again. Zhenling is indeed full of talents. There is actually another late Dharma adept among the third generation of adepts. It's a pity that your sect has made too many enemies. The old man had no choice but to do so. Please forgive me. Patriarch Lin Yu extended his hand and beckoned towards Yankuan Island, attempting to recall the spiritual treasure flute that had destroyed the entire array formation. However, Lin Yulaozu's expression changed. Not only was the long flute not recalled, but the huge amount of essential yuan that had been injected into the treasure in an attempt to destroy the array did not stop either. Instead, when Lin Yulaozu recalled the treasure, the essential yuan in his body became more and more uncontrollably sucked into the treasure. At this moment, Yin Tianchu saw another opportunity. The short sword in his hand once again pierced through the void, directly piercing through Lin Yulaozu's protective magical power. Lin Yulaozu was still trying to recall the treasure. In the face of Yin Tianchu's fierce attack, he could only dodge again. However, the essential yuan in his body was becoming more and more uncontrollable, causing Lin Yulaozu's body to be affected as well. Immediately after, he felt a chill on his waist. Under Lin Yulaozu's shocked and angry eyes, Yin Tianchu had already cut a wound on his waist. The cold essential yuan flowed through the wound and into his blood vessels, but was immediately forced out by Lin Yulaozu's pure yang essential yuan. Yin Tianchu quickly retreated after the blow. However, Lin Yulaozu, a dignified pure yang adept, had actually been tricked by Yin Tianchu. How could he not be angry? Could it be that all the late Dharma adepts in Jinling were like Lu Tianping and had the ability to challenge those of a higher level? For a moment, Lin Yulaozu did not even care about the long flute that was trapped by the matrix under his feet. He directly slapped the air in the direction of Yin Tianchu, who had been pushed away. The entire space suddenly collapsed. Yin Tianchu could not dodge in time, and was hit directly on the right side of his chest. Instantly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Yulaozu snorted coldly, and was about to rush forward to kill Yin Tianchu. Unexpectedly, as his body moved slightly, he realized that at this moment, not only had his treasure been trapped and his essential yuan was being continuously absorbed, but even his body movement had been affected. He could only watch helplessly as the heavily injured Yin Tianchu escaped, instantly hiding in the void and disappearing. At this moment, Lin Yulaozu realized that he was in big trouble. Lu Ping was not suspicious of his sudden arrival, and was on guard. This was a trap that had been specially set up for Lin Yulaozu. Relying on his skyrocketing cultivation base and endless true essence, Lu Ping used the pure yang spirit scissors in his hand to cut at Yuanjiu ancestor's true spirit tiger form again and again. Helpless, Yuanjiu ancestor could only dodge the scissors. However, perhaps because Lu Ping couldn't control his skyrocketing cultivation base, or for some other reason, the spirit scissors were cut in half. Even after missing the opportunity to kill Yuanjiu ancestor, the sharp scissors didn't disappear. Instead, they continued to cut open holes in the heavenly poison wall one after another. Surging poisonous fog kept gushing out from the holes, and the heavenly poison wall, that would quickly close up after being cut open, seemed to have lost its ability to repair itself. Lu Tianping, what are you doing? Do you want to break the sky poison wall? Once the poisonous fog inside spreads, it will inevitably lead to a catastrophe in the cultivation world of the East Sea. Do you, Lu Tianping, have the courage to bear such a sin? At this moment, Yuan Wine Laozu could already see that Lu Ping seemed to be using the spiritual treasure scissors to prevent him from getting close, but in fact, he was destroying the sky poison wall. Yuan Wine Laozu naturally knew that Lu Ping must have borrowed the power of the mysterious existence hidden in the fallen secret land to be evenly matched with him. At this moment, Lu Ping must certainly be trying to break the seal on the sky poison wall, which was naturally reasonable. When Yuan Wine Laozu saw that Lu Ping ignored his words and just blindly controlled the spiritual treasure scissors to attack him while taking the opportunity to destroy the sky poison wall, he could not help but be shocked and said, "Lu Tianping, are you already under someone's control?" Lu Ping was slightly stunned and said with a smile, "Yuan Wine Sr., since you can't do anything to me, why don't you retreat? Don't tell me you want to continue to entangle with me?" Yuan Wine Laozu looked a little exasperated and said, "Lu Tianping, do you know what kind of existence is sealed in the sky poison wall? I hope you don't make a mistake." Lu Ping laughed and said, "Now that I am being chased by Senior, I am in a precarious situation. If I can save my life, why would I make a mistake? Senior, please don't joke." Yuan Wine Laozu said angrily, "Old man, please advise me with kind words. If you rashly open the sky poison wall, the existence sealed in it will definitely cause suffering to all living beings, and you, Lu Tianping, will be the culprit." Lu Ping said seriously, "Oh, in that case, Senior, you know what is sealed in the sky poison wall. I hope Yuan Wine Laozu can dispel my doubts. Why are you so afraid?" Yuan Wine Laozu was speechless. To put it bluntly, the Crystal Palace didn't know who was sealed in the sky poison wall. Back then, the real spirit of the Crystal Palace, Laozu, and two pure young practitioners went missing inside. But it was because the Crystal Palace went to provoke them. Apart from that, the Crystal Palace still knew nothing about the Longhuai ancestor. The so-called suffering to all living beings was just a subconscious thought of by the Crystal Palace. Yuan Wine Laozu was stumped by Lu Ping's question, but he still said, "Not to mention the existence sealed in it. If the protective wall is broken and the poisonous fog is allowed to spread, the entire East Sea cultivation world will suffer." As soon as Yuan Wine Laozu's voice fell, the poisonous fog that had drifted out from the holes cut by Lu Ping began to shrink back. The surrounding black poisonous fog also suddenly began to shrink back into the depths of the secret land. Seeing this, Lu Ping knew that it would be difficult to encounter such an opportunity in the future, so he directly opened the space entrance of the Golden House. The endless poisonous fog was attracted by the 1,000 poison source liquid and condensed into golden auspicious clouds above the bluestone pool. The clouds then turned into golden raindrops and fell into the pool. At the bottom of the pool, a blue light ball condensed by the 1,000 wonder dew was rolling, as if it was extracting the essence of the pool and condensing more 1,000 wonder dew. At the same time, dozens of strange black flames burned around Lu Ping. These flames also seemed to use the poisonous fog as fuel. The more the poisonous fog condensed and condensed, the higher the black flames rose. At this time, how could Yuan Wine Laozu not know that the so-called weakening of the poisonous fog and the firmament wall of myriad poison that allowed cultivators to come and go freely was all because of the mysterious existence sealed in the secret land of the secret land? At this time, Yuan Wine Laozu could no longer stop Lu Ping. Coupled with his fear of the mysterious existence, there was no longer any meaning for him to stay. He could only say fiercely, "Lu Tianping, behave yourself. Today the old man will let you go. If what you do today really brings a great disaster to the East Sea, the old man will drag you, Zhenling, to the grave even if I have to give up my cultivation." After speaking, Essence Wine Laozu withdrew his true spirit and transformed back into his human form. The gourd under his feet suddenly spewed out wine mist, and he retreated out of the myriad firmament poison wall. "You come and go as you please. How rude. You really are as domineering as that tigress. Do you really think that the old man can't do anything to you?" An angry roar rumbled like thunder, shaking the entire poisonous mist in the secret land. Yuan Jiu Laozu asked in surprise, "Who are you?" Lu Ping naturally recognized the voice of the Longhuai ancestor. At this moment, Lu Ping suddenly felt a strange spatial turbulence coming from the depths of the secret land. Then, a root suddenly rose from the ground in front of the hole in the myriad firmament poison wall. Then, It weaved into a large net in midair, blocking the escape route of Yuan Jiulaozu. Yuan Jiulaozu snorted coldly, and the crystal pagoda directly broke the large net of roots. However, Lu Ping saw a black root suddenly break the space and appear behind Yuan Jiulaozu. By the time Yuan Jiulaozu noticed it, it was already too late to dodge. His back had to take the blow, and his whole body was sent flying out of the myriad firmament poison wall. Lu Xiaoyu, next, I will have to borrow the strength of my little friend. The entire secret land covered by the myriad firmament poison wall had a radius of more than 1,000 miles. It was a huge island, coupled with the nearby sea area. The area covered by the myriad firmament poison wall was 3,000 to 5,000 miles. At this time, the black poisonous mist that permeated the myriad firmament poison wall was slowly converging towards the center of the secret land. The poisonous mist in the entire myriad firmament poison wall was thinning. At this time, looking at the center of the secret land from a distance, one could already see an indomitable object standing in the center of the secret land. The entire myriad firmament poison wall looked like a black curtain hanging down from its crown, but in fact, it was firmly imprisoned in the black curtain. Chapter 1484. Ancestor Lin Yu decisively abandoned the flute and tried to break free from the shackles of Eternal Earth Island. However, as he struggled to break free, Yin Tianchu ignored his injuries and once again forced his way back to Ancestor Lin Yu. Brat, you're the one courting death. At this time, even Lin Yu Laozu was panicking. He could feel that every time he struggled to break free, the shackles would become stronger. If this dragged on, and the shackles became stronger, even Lin Yu Laozu didn't know if he would have the chance to break free. Just now, Ancestor Lin Yu was about to break free after accumulating power, but unexpectedly, Yin Tianchu suddenly attacked, causing Ancestor Lin Yu to fall short of success at the last moment. However, at this time, 3 rays of light suddenly cut through the night sky from the direction of Tianling Mountain. Each of these 3 rays of light carried a boundless aura. It was obvious that the 3 great cultivators of Jimling, who were guarding Tianling Mountain, had arrived. Lin Yu Laozu was startled. He suddenly realized that not only had he been tricked by Lu Ping, but he had also been tricked by the Yuan clan. He had become the bait to lure all the great cultivators of Jimling out of Tianling Mountain. The real goal of the Yuan clan was Tianling Mountain. Before the rays of light reached Yankuan Island, one of the rays of light had already cut through the void. A long whip turned into a bolt of lightning and attacked Lin Yu Laozu from the left and right with Yin Tianchu. It was obvious that the sect master of Jimling, Lu Tianling, had personally attacked. However, at this time, Lin Yu Laozu had already made up his mind. He no longer wanted to take back the spirit treasure he had nurtured for many years. He wanted to break free from the shackles of Yankuan Island's Grand Formation. Even when facing Yin Tianchu and Lu Tianling's joint attack, he only planned to use his defensive ability to resist. But at this time, one of the 2 rays of light that came with Lu Tianling turned into an 8-colored flame, burning through the void toward Lin Yu Laozu. Mei Tianqin was recognized by one of the 6 Luan Taoists' life feathers. With the power of this life feather, she was able to quickly reach the late Dharma stage. Not only that, but this life feather also contained a trace of the Luan Taoists' understanding of fire. This caused Mei Tianqin's life spirit fire to increase from 7 to 8 colors, greatly increasing its power. Even if Patriarch Lin Yu could barely withstand the attacks of 2 great cultivators, his defensive magic would inevitably be destroyed. At this time, facing the attack of a 3rd great cultivator, he had no choice but to defend with all his might. Thus, he lost the opportunity to escape from Yankuan Island. At the same time, the 3rd great cultivator did not join the 3 who were besieging Patriarch Lin Yu. Instead, the 3rd great cultivator descended onto the Eternal Earth Island Grand Formation that was madly operating. The beam of light disappeared, but the person who walked out was not the Zhenling sect's great practitioner, Tianxiang ancestor, but a young early Dharma adept. However, no one knew why the beam of light had been able to unleash an aura that was no weaker than that of a late Dharma adept when it streaked across the night sky. The moment this young adept landed on Yankuan Island, he quickly flew in the direction of the spirit treasure flute that Lin Yu Laozu had inserted into the island. When he arrived at the location, Deng Tianming looked at the huge pit that was 20 to 30 feet deep and 50 to 60 feet wide. At this time, the bottom of the pit was already filled with underground water. The body of the spirit treasure had long been submerged in this small lake. When Deng Tianming saw this, he stomped his foot, and a series of seal inscriptions immediately began to appear on the ground. These seal inscriptions spread along the edge of the pit, all the way to the surface of the ground that was being covered by the underground water. In an instant, the position of the spirit treasure was confirmed. The entire surface of Yankuan Island had already been connected by a formation, and most of these masterpieces had been created by Deng Tianming. Therefore, he was the only one who could understand why ancestor Lin Yu was still able to create such a huge crater under such circumstances. After confirming the location of the spirit treasure flute, Deng Tianming's face showed a hint of fanaticism as he muttered to himself, using a formation to trap and kill a pure yang cultivator, then using the pure yang as a sacrifice to bring Feiling Island to the surface and merge with Tianling Island. Hee, I didn't expect such an exquisite and powerful technique to come from me. What a blessing! If I hadn't followed Brother Lu to Jinling, my formation skills would never have reached such a level. Today, I will use this pure yang adept to lay the foundation for my formation skills to reach a new level. As he spoke, a purple gold scale suddenly rose from Deng Tianming's hand. On this scale, there were 9 tiny formations that were so intricate that even a Dharma adept's divine will would not be able to detect them clearly. On top of this scale, there was also a strong aura that was equivalent to that of a late Dharma adept. This scale was the reverse scale that Lu Ping had specially left for Deng Tianming before he left the North Sea. It was the scale that recorded the 9 foundation formations of Jiao Daoren. The strong aura that it carried made Deng Tianming look like a late Dharma adept, but in reality, he was just a formation grandmaster who had just entered the early Dharma stage not long ago. Deng Tianming could sense that the reverse scale had accurately landed on the spirit treasure flute that was still struggling after being trapped in the pit. Lin Yu Laozu, who was defending against the attacks of 3 great adepts in the sky above Yankuan Island, suddenly lost track of his life spirit treasure. A shout that made Lin Yu Laozu's heart break suddenly rang out from Yankuan Island. Sacrifice begin! Third great uncle, since we have already ordered that pure Yang Laozu and Lin Yu to destroy the formation that Jinling used to capture the 7 stars cave heaven, Lu Tianping's fate is unknown, and Jinling is no longer a concern. Why should we be so desperate to destroy Jinling? Right now, the most important thing is to find the 7 stars cave heaven. Yuan Feixiang was obviously displeased that Yuan Tongtian had delayed the search for the 7 stars cave heaven. Before Yuan Tongtian could say anything, another pure yang adept beside him had already reprimanded him. How dare you? How can a junior like you interfere with the decisions of the elders in the family? Do you know how to respect your elders? Yuan Feixiang's expression was wooden as he said, I don't dare. However, from his expression, it was clear that he was still dissatisfied. The other pure yang adept from the Yuan clan was about to reprimand him, but Yuan Tongtian waved his hand to stop him. He smiled and said, 7th brother, don't be angry. It's a good thing that this kid has his own opinions. Yuan Daotian was clearly still brooding over this. He said, they are just arrogant. As one of the most outstanding disciples of the 3rd generation, 3rd brother, and the other elders in the family have spoiled him too much. This has undoubtedly fueled their arrogance, causing them to have no respect for their elders. They even dare to question the decisions of the elders in the family. If we don't suppress their arrogance, they will really think that the current Yuan clan is under their control. 7th brother, why are you so angry? Yuan Tongtian turned to Yuan Feixiang and said in a low voice, hurry up and apologize to your 7th great uncle. Yuan Feixiang was just about to bow and apologize when Yuan Daotian waved his hand and said impatiently, there's no need. The old man has been in a bad mood these past few days. Originally, when I received third brother's decree, I thought that I would come overseas to relax. Who would have thought that because of this matter, the family would be in a foul mood because of Thunderclap, Ku'er, and you three. The three of you have your own backers. The old man originally wanted to stay out of this mess, not wanting to get involved with the three of you. Who would have thought that he would fall into third brother's trap? How infuriating. Yuan Tongtian smiled and apologized. This is the old man's fault. Seventh brother, please don't take it to heart. Yuan Daotian sighed and said, forget it. There's no point in apologizing at this time. I'm afraid that the family has already decided that the old man will stand on Feixiang's side. Even if he has a mouth, he won't be able to clear it. Yuan Tongtian and Yuan Feixiang looked at each other and looked a little embarrassed. At this time, Yuan Daotian said, fortunately, compared to those two brats who only know how to form cliques in the family, Feixiang knows how to do some practical things. Regardless of whether this small world can really break the curse of our Yuan family of not having a true spirit cultivator. At least this is a plan for the future of the Yuan family. At least the old man's trip to the North Sea was not in vain. Yuan Tongtian and Yuan Feixiang were both overjoyed. Yuan Tongtian laughed and said, haha, with seventh brother's help, this plan is more likely to succeed. Yuan Feixiang bowed and said, thank you for your understanding, seventh great uncle. Yuan Daotian snorted coldly. His expression was still not worried, but it was not as stern as before. Only now did Yuan Tongtian remember. Yuan Feixiang explained, the small world is related to the foundation of the Holy Land's inheritance and the rise and fall of the sect. It can be said to be a matter of life and death. Zhenling will definitely fight with the family to the end. If we only get rid of Lu Tianping and destroy Yankuan Island, then Zhenling might raise another Zhang Tianping or Li Tianping in the future. Cutting the weeds and leaving the roots to grow again is a wise decision. Since we have this opportunity, we must at least destroy Zhenling. At that time, the 7-star heavenly abode will still be in the family's pocket. Yuan Feixiang said, this disciple understands third great uncle's words. It's just that Zhenling once had a true spirit cultivator Laozu. The sect protecting array also has true spirit Laozu's methods. If Zhenling insists on defending, it won't be easy for us to attack Tianling Mountain. Yuan Tongtian laughed and said, that's why we have to lure them out. At that moment, Yankuan Island outside of Tianling Mountain started to shake violently. The entire sea started to shake. Not just Tianling Mountain, even Yuan Tongtian and the others who were lying in ambush dozens of miles away from Tianling Mountain could feel the tremors. Haha, the show is about to start. If I'm not wrong, Yankuan Island must be a place that Zhenling values. With such a huge commotion, how many of the great adepts that Zhenling left on Tianling Mountain will rush over to Yankuan Island? Yuan Feixiang said, Zhenling now has a pure young adept, which is Lu Tianping. Other than that, there are 4 late Dharma adepts, Tianxiang, Tianlin, Tianling and Tianqin. Other than Jiang Tianlin who is currently in the East Sea, there should be 3 more great adepts on Tianling Mountain. Chapter 1485. Yuan Jiu Laozu had just left the sky of Poison Wall when he was startled. He then let out a sigh and reached out with his hand. There was a fluctuation in space, and a crystal hammer broke through space and flew towards Yuan Jiu Laozu. The crystal pagoda above his head released a curtain of light that sucked the crystal hammer into the pagoda. When Yuan Jiu Laozu chased Lu Ping into the sky of Poison Wall, he heard Danju Laozu's loud shout. Yuan Jiu Laozu already knew that Danju Laozu could no longer stay in this world. From now on, the Crystal Palace would be handed over to him to protect. But he didn't know how Xiao Baiyu, who was being chased by Danju Laozu, was doing. This time, the 2 true spirit cultivators of the Crystal Palace had taken a risk, and Yuan Jiu Laozu might have already failed. If Danju Laozu couldn't deal with Xiao Baiyu, then the situation in the overseas region would truly become a 3-way war. Just as Yuan Jiu Laozu placed the crystal hammer in his hand, there was another fluctuation in space. Yuan Jiulaozu's face turned cold, and the overlord hammer, that he had just placed in the crystal pagoda, appeared in his hand once again. A passage opened in space and Xiao Baiyu walked out. Seeing Yuan Jiulaozu in front of him, he was stunned. Yuan Jiulaozu's face was filled with disappointment when he saw Xiao Baiyu's appearance. But when he sensed the aura surging from Xiao Baiyu's body, he said in a surprised voice, "You've actually formed a true spirit body." Xiao Baiyu had clearly chased after the overlord hammer. Seeing Yuan Jiulaozu here, he knew that the overlord hammer had fallen into his hands. He also had a slightly disappointed expression and said, "What, do you want to fight with this Xiao?" Elemental Wine Laozu smiled bitterly. "Are you sure you want to fight with the old man?" Xiao Baiyu coldly snorted. He naturally understood what it meant for two cultivators, who had just reached the true spirit realm, to fight. So he observed his expression and said in surprise, "From the looks of it, could it be that my Lu Xiaoyu escaped from your hands?" The bitterness on Yuan Jiulaozu's face deepened, and the curiosity on Xiao Baiyu's face grew. Just as he was about to inquire further, he heard a clear whistle, which was closely followed by the buzzing of flying swords. Xiao Baiyu's expression tightened. He was a swordsmanship expert, so he naturally knew what the sword cries that filled the sky meant. Only a top-notch swordsman with a top-notch flying sword could have such earth-shattering power. The two of them looked in the direction of the sound. Xiao Baiyu found that the color of the sky poison wall, which had always been dark, was much lighter at this time. He could even vaguely see the scene of the fallen secret area through the wall. What surprised Xiao Baiyu even more was that there were many cuts on the heavenly poisonous wall at this time. Each cut was at least a mile long, and the length of the heavenly poisonous wall was more than 10 miles. These huge cuts were like shocking scars on the heavenly poisonous wall. There were so many cuts on the shield, but there was no poisonous mist that was imprisoned by the shield leaking out. Xiao Baiyu had to turn around and look doubtfully at Yuan Jiulaozu on the side. Yuan Jiulaozu smiled bitterly and said, "The spiritual treasure is broken in two. That Lu Tianping seems to want to break the sky poison wall." "What?" Xiao Baiyu was shocked and said, "You didn't stop him?" Yuan Jiulaozu glanced at Xiao Baiyu and said, "Mr. Xiao, it may be too late to stop him now." Xiao Baiyu naturally would not be fooled by Yuan Jiulaozu. He said with a smile, "If you can't stop him, how can I? Lu Xiaoyu is my ally Skyrend. What's more, something has obviously happened in this fallen secret area. The sky poison wall is riddled with holes, but there is no poisonous mist leaking out. It seems that even if Lu Xiaoyu breaks the sky poison wall, it will not be a big deal." Yuan Jiulaozu's eyes twitched fiercely and he said, "I'm not afraid to tell Mr. Xiao that there is probably an existence hidden in this fallen secret area that is not inferior to you and me. This Lu Tianping probably has some secret agreement with that existence to let him out. Mr. Xiao, you have to think about it carefully. This is an unknown threat." Xiao Baiyu was slightly startled, and then he sneered and said, "So what? Can you and I go up and fight to the death with that unknown existence, and then rush to the North Ice Field together?" Yuan Jiulaozu said with a strange expression, "It is naturally not appropriate to fight with that mysterious existence, but it is not impossible to stop Lu Tianping." "If that is the case, why didn't you stop him?" Xiao Baiyu sneered and said, "Or you have already made a move, but you can't do anything to Lu Xiaoyu." Without waiting for Yuan Jiulaozu to explain, Xiao Baiyu flung his sleeve and said unhappily, "Mr. Xiao, don't stir up trouble again." Although Yuan Jiulaozu looked embarrassed, his eyes were deep, as if he had already sensed something from Xiao Baiyu's words. As everyone was speaking, a beam of sword light soared into the sky from the myriad poison sky wall. It pierced through the top of the myriad poison sky wall, which was high in the clouds, and disappeared into the void. The sword light wandered in the clouds, and the top of the sky poison wall was cut open. A desolate, distant, but vigorous aura suddenly burst out from the sky poison wall, causing the aura of the two real spirits Laozu, who were watching from afar, to stagnate. Xiao Baiyu looked up at the soaring sword Qi and said doubtfully, "This sword technique is very similar to the Heavenly Gate sword formation of the Koi clan. But as for its power, the old man was ashamed of his inferiority in the past." Yuan Jiu Laozu looked solemn and said, "With such an aura, how long has the existence sealed in the sky poison wall lived in the cultivation world?" Xiao Baiyu's expression changed and he said, "Oh, it seems that Yuan Jiu Laozu knows a lot about the so-called mysterious existence?" Yuan Jiu Laozu snorted coldly and did not answer. At this time, a loud roar shook the entire sky poison wall, which enveloped the secret land violently. A pure yang dragon chased after a pure yang flying sword and broke through the sky poison wall. In the void, the dragon and the flying sword merged into one, and it slashed down at the sky poison wall below. Previously, the sword that cut through the myriad poison sky wall from the fallen star secret land was from the west to the east. But now, the sword that slashed down from outside the myriad poison sky wall was from the south to the north. It just happened to cut a huge cross on the top of the myriad poison sky wall. In the Phantom Palace, Skyrend and Songyu Laozu were actually the most powerful. Although Yuan Feng Laozu was filled with hatred, Xiao Baiyu had advanced to true spirit, and the situation was stronger than him. Even if the Crystal Palace could still suppress Skyrend with its deep foundation, and even if Xiao Baiyu, who had lost his natal flying sword, had lost his strength, True Spirit Laozu was True Spirit Laozu. There was no doubt that Skyrend had established a complete True Spirit inheritance, so it was inevitable that the East Sea would welcome the two holy lands. In any case, the Crystal Palace was bound to suffer the greatest impact. Yuan Feng Laozu couldn't do anything to Songyu Laozu at this moment, but he vented all his resentment on Jinling. Xiao Baiyu could advance to True Spirit under the suppression of Danju Laozu. Could it be that Lu Tianping, who had just advanced to pure yang, also had this ability? If not, how could he escape from senior brother Yuan Jiu? If he couldn't escape, without Lu Tianping, Jinling in the North Sea would be nothing. The Crystal Palace could immediately invade the North Sea before Skyrend. The North Sea was not as barren as before. Whether it was the large spiritual stone mine on the Frost Island, the huge cultivation resources on the Scarlet Mist Island, or the wealth that Jinling had accumulated in the North Sea, they were all delicious cakes that even the Crystal Palace would covet. However, at this time, Songyu Laozu, who was originally an ally of Jinling, chose to be a bystander and watch Yuan Feng Laozu suppress Jiang Tianlin. Even the three medium-sized sects in the North Sea chose to remain silent at this time. Only the Luoxin sect, a medium-sized sect that had risen in the East Sea in the past 100 years, still stood firmly on Jinling's side. However, right at this moment, the firmament of the Thousand Poisons, which was hundreds of miles away from the Phantom Island, was undergoing a series of huge changes. Chapter 1486. In the illusionary spirit palace, Songyu Laozu, who had been silent ever since the news of Xiao Baiyu becoming a celestial spirit, suddenly rebuked others for Lu Ping. Jiang Tianlin understood, but he still thanked Songyu Laozu for his generosity. However, before everyone could recover from the Water Sword Immortal's tyrannical strength, they first saw a sky-piercing sword light cut a huge hole in the sky wall of myriad poisons from the east to the west. Then, they saw a strange Dharma manifestation dragon chasing after a pure yang flying sword as it flew out of the hole. Then, the two strangely combined into one and fiercely slashed at the sky wall of myriad poisons from the south to the north. One with the sword. Songyu Laozu cried out in shock. His expression changed, and no one knew what he was thinking. On the other hand, when the other great cultivators heard Songyu Laozu say, "One with the sword," they were obviously shocked. "One with the sword," Xiao Baiyu also exclaimed, but his tone was much more certain than Songyu Laozu's, and his expression was also much more solemn. "One with the sword." Yuan Jiu Laozu first sighed, then said with a hint of inexplicable meaning, "Legend has it that Jiao Daoren once said, if one wants to break 10,000 laws with a single sword, one must first become one with the sword. I wonder what fellow Taoist Xiao thinks of this sword move of the Water Sword Immortal?" Xiao Baiyu's expression also made it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Hearing this, he said, "Fellow Taoist Yuan Jiu, you are wrong. One with the sword is already one sword to break 10,000 laws, But one sword to break 10,000 laws is not necessarily one with the sword. The water sword immortal's sword move has indeed reached an extremely high level of swordsmanship. It can be called one sword to break 10,000 laws. Yuan Jiu Laozu laughed dryly and said, I am too shallow. Fellow Taoist Xiao and Lu Daoyu are the real masters of swordsmanship in the cultivation world. Xiao Baiyu showed a rare trace of regret on his face and said, Unfortunately, even though my natal flying sword is already a pure young spirit treasure, it is still no match for Taoist whose heaven-opening overlord hammer. Otherwise, I might have a chance to experience Lu Daoyu's swordsmanship in the future. But then a powerful momentum surged around Xiao Baiyu again and said, But Jiao Daren didn't have a natal flying sword back then. But he still dominated the world with his swordsmanship. Only Peng Daren suppressed him with his cultivation and heaven-opening first divine weapon, 7 Thunder Treasures Calabash. If Jiao Daren can do that, I may not be inferior to Jiao Daren in the future. Yuan Jiu Laozu was very uncomfortable with Xiao Baiyu's momentum, but he still smiled apologetically and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, I admire you very much for your lofty ambitions. Xiao Baiyu did not appreciate his kindness and said coldly, Fellow Taoist Yuan Jiu, you should pay more attention to the mysterious existence you just mentioned. If I am not mistaken, it should be coming out soon. When Lu Ping broke the heavenly poison wall from the inside out with his swordsmanship for the first time, the breath of Longhuai ancestor's body leaked out, and Lu Ping had already noticed the great changes in the hollow. When the second sword move completely entered the realm of one sword to break all things, with the momentum of man and sword as one, the hollow was instantly covered with thunderclouds, and the breath of the tribulation thunder had increased to the point that even Lu Ping's heart palpitated. The aura of the tribulation thunder directly affected the area, within a radius of 1,000 miles. Very soon, Xiao Baiyu and Yuan Jiu Laozu felt the huge aura of the tribulation thunder, and both of them retreated at the same time. At the same time, both of them were bewildered. How could there be thunderclouds? It seemed unlikely that the mysterious existence was about to face the tribulation thunder. But the aura of the tribulation thunder in front of them was really too huge. Even the pure yang tribulation thunder that they had experienced before seemed to be far inferior to the current situation. But before the two of them could retreat too far, the heavenly poison wall, which had already been cut by Lu Ping at the top of the heavenly poison wall, finally began to collapse. Then, they saw vigorous branches and green leaves that were almost covered by clouds fluttering in the sky. Is this a tree? The two true spirits, Laozu, who had retreated to avoid the aura of the tribulation thunder, revealed looks of bewilderment again. Then, as the heavenly poison wall continued to collapse, the figure of a towering tree that covered a radius of tens of miles became increasingly clear in front of the two true spirits, Laozu. What a towering tree! Could it be that there is such a towering tree hidden under the heavenly poison wall? The body of the Longhuai ancestor was so huge that the cultivators of the various sects in the Phantom Palace, who were hundreds of miles away, could see this towering tree, but not its crown. The heavenly poison wall, which had existed since Jiao Daren opened up the East Sea cultivation world, actually had such a divine existence. At this time, the cultivators of the various sects in the Phantom Palace were not in the mood to discuss the distribution of spirit stones. If it were not for the powerful aura of the tribulation thunder sweeping over at this time, the various sects cultivators would have long rushed to the fallen secret land to observe this divine tree that had existed for an unknown number of years. Moreover, when the heavenly poison wall was covered in poisonous fog, it was a famous treasure land in the East Sea. Now that the heavenly poison wall had collapsed, who knew how many years of treasures had been hidden in it? However, at this time, the powerful aura of the tribulation thunder swept over thousands of miles. Even if the Dharma adepts of the various sects tried their best to suppress their aura, they could only watch the heavenly tree from hundreds of miles away from the Phantom Five Islands, as it welcomed the tribulation thunder. They could not take a step forward. But at this time, what made the hearts of the various sects Laozu bleed was that when this unprecedented tribulation thunder fell, who knew how many of the treasures in the fallen secret land that had been nurtured for thousands of years would be destroyed, and how many would be left. At this time, the various sects Laozu released their orders, ordering the disciples of their sects, who had not advanced to the Dharma stage, to take the risk to go to the fallen secret land. The cultivators who had not condensed their Dharma power would not be noticed by the tribulation thunder. As long as they were not too unlucky and were hit by the scattered power of the tribulation thunder, or deliberately set up by the person undergoing the tribulation, they would not be in too much danger if they went deep into the area covered by the tribulation thunder. However, if the various sects cultivators could think of this, how could Lu Ping, who had long planned to break the heavenly poison wall, not think of this? Although Lu Ping did not expect such a powerful tribulation thunder to fall after breaking the heavenly poison wall, there was no doubt that without the heavenly poison wall, the treasures in the fallen secret land would inevitably be crazily fought over by the various sects cultivators. Therefore, despite the tribulation thunder, Lu Ping immediately released Debao and the descendants of his treasure-seeking mice and the purple crystal bees. Although Debao had been running around with Lu Ping all these years, he had still given birth to more than a dozen treasure-seeking mice descendants on Huangli Island. These descendants multiplied on their own, and now Debao was the first patriarch of a huge treasure-seeking mouse family with 5 generations under the same roof, with a number of hundreds of treasure-seeking mice. However, without Lu Ping's support, with the treasure-seeking mice's low aptitude, and only with the help of Debao, these treasure-seeking mice had only been cultivated by Debao to the early core forging stage. There were more than a dozen treasure-seeking mice in the blood condensation stage, and the rest were just shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the blood refining stage. However, at this time, the treasure-seeking mice army formed by the younger generations of the treasure-seeking mice under Debao's command became Lu Ping's capable helpers in collecting the cultivation resources in the secret burial ground. Under Debao's command, the treasure-seeking mice army all burrowed underground after entering the secret burial ground. More than a dozen treasure-seeking mice in the blood condensation stage had a huge storage bag hanging around their necks. The treasures found by the other treasure-seeking mice were all handed over to these blood condensation stage treasure-seeking mice. Then, the 2 early core forging stage treasure-seeking mice took the more precious items from the treasure-seeking mice's storage bags for Debao to choose from, and the items Debao selected naturally had to be handed over to Lu Ping. As for the amethyst bees, Lu Ping hoped that the amethyst bee king could seize this opportunity to advance to the late Dharma stage. Otherwise, unless Lu Ping paid attention to the grotto heavens of the other holy lands where spirit herbs were cultivated, the amethyst bee king might not be able to advance in this world. However, at this time, Lu Ping had already left the secret burial ground, where the tribulation clouds were condensing in the void. After all, as a pure young practitioner, he did not dare to stay too long under the lightning tribulation. Moreover, at this time, he already knew why the Longhuai ancestors' lightning tribulation came so quickly. The Longhuai ancestor had been sealed in the firmament wall of poison for an unknown number of years, but it had been completely isolated from this world. However, the Longhuai ancestor did not know what kind of legacy it had cultivated, but it had not been affected by the lightning tribulation at all. However, the moment the Longhuai ancestor came into contact with the shackles, 3 lightning tribulations that it had never experienced since it was in the Dharma stage came at the same time. The power of this lightning tribulation was even many times stronger than the pure yang lightning tribulation that Lu Ping and his natal flying sword had summoned at the same time. Lu Ping broke through the void and accurately arrived at the edge of the largest area that the lightning tribulation could reach, and very quickly found Xiao Baiyu and Yuan Jiulaozu, who were also at the edge. At this time, Lu Ping was still fearless and smiled at the two. Xiao Baiyu responded with a smile, while Yuan Jiulaozu seemed a little stiff. Lu Daoyu, do you know the background of this giant tree spirit demon? Xiao Baiyu asked. Lu Ping did not hide and answered with a smile. This is the Longhuai ancestor. Back when I entered the firmament wall of poison, I was taken care of by him, and promised to help Laozu escape when I advanced to the pure yang stage in the future. Longhui ancestor? Xiao Baiyu and Yuan Jiu were obviously very unfamiliar with this name, but the information revealed in Lu Ping's words let the two know that Lu Ping did not come here by accident, but had planned for this long ago. Yuan Jiu Laozu couldn't help asking, Lu Daoyu, do you know the origin of this thing, and what is its cultivation? Lu Ping looked at Yuan Jiu Laozu and said in a light voice, this one is not too clear on the origin of the Longhui ancestor. As for its cultivation, you two are true spirit cultivators, so you should be able to sense it. Xiao Baiyu smiled and said, this giant tree spirit demon's cultivation is higher than ours, but this lightning tribulation is a bit strange. Lu Ping did not respond to Xiao Baiyu's words, but said meaningfully, we are fighting in full swing, and I don't know how the cultivators of various sects in the Phantom Hall are discussing. Xiao Baiyu knew what was going on. Lu Ping had already shown his strength, so at this time, Skyren still needed to work with Jinling to restrict the Crystal Palace. So he said, I have to ask Yuan Jiu to give up something this time. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.